'Cause you're listening to Jams and Tea. You won't see the show on your TV, so we talk about things musically. 'Cause you're listening to Jams and Tea. You're listening to Jams and Tea.
Welcome, everyone, to the next and newest episode of the Jams and Tea podcast, where we spin the jams and spill the tea. And this is our first episode after we have done our great Jams and Tea podcast quiz show episode thing, where we decide what albums are going to be included for our Twitter bracket of the 100 greatest albums of all time that you all, our viewers and Twitter followers will vote in. So if you haven't seen that, please do go and check that out, because that is going to be happening relatively soon. We have just finished the seeding for that. It is very exciting. I am, courtesy of Saoirse, math wizardress that she is.
Mm-hmm.
And
thank you for saying lies about me.
Yes.
I mean, math witch would have worked too.
It would have, but my brain completely blanked on the vocabulary here. And also, as you may have noticed, Morgan is not here right now. He is currently out of town, but he will be showing up for later in the podcast. We have just had to move some things around, and we are going to be doing the What We Have Been Listening To segment, planning on waiting for him at the end of it. That being said, is there anybody who would like to go first, or an order that would like to be put forward for what we have been listening to this week?
Someone else could go first. I don't know why I started talking.
August, you raised your hand briefly.
Yeah.
Would you like to go first?
Sure. I'll briefly touch on everything I've been listening that was for purposes other than podcast discussion.
Yeah.
Mostly albums for the purposes of our bracket. I've listened to them.
Covering blind spots.
Yes, covering blind spots. Although one album that was just a general blind spot I listened to was, and I had heard it before a long time ago, was Led Zeppelin 1.
Interesting.
Nice album. I don't think it's the best thing Led Zeppelin have ever done.
It's a couple of the best songs on it, though.
No, it's got some great songs, though.
Dazed and Confused is just, so good.
Good Days, Bad Days, another amazing song. And that's how that record opens.
The descending bass line on Dazed and Confused is like one of my favorite bass lines, just in general. I really like
good
that
bass line for sure. Of course, continuing on, Portishead's Dummy for the bracket.
Makes sense.
A very good album.
So good.
Then an album that was kind of a blind spot, regrettably for me, Relationship of Command.
Me too.
Surprisingly too. I would have never guessed that you hadn't heard that. So.
Well, you've been making your way through ATDI through the past couple months, right?
Yeah.
I forget that
it's
August
mostly
is
because I.
Sorry, you go.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say I forget that August is the newbie to these guys, relative to the rest of us, because he's so quickly become an expert and the biggest fan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you humor me. But Relationship of Command, very honestly, it's a record where I spent a lot of time with their previous two because they were very cryptic and I had to spend a lot of time to fully absorb every track I felt. But Relationship of Command, even though I had heard it once before, I felt this was just a really direct record. I think lyrically there's a couple songs where I had to look up certain cultural things to understand what the songs were about. Particularly, oh boy, I am blanking on the name as soon as I need to remember it. I'll just check that real quick at the drive in, but it's the song. It's wow, that was a useful description. It's the song.
Yeah.
Invalid Letter Department, which I did have to look up a bit about the time period to understand a bit more. As for other albums, there was, of course, Long Season by the Fishmans. Very nice album.
That is slowly becoming this podcast core.
Yeah.
Yes, and well, it should be. I suspect it's going to do very well in our bracket.
No, I absolutely think that I'm glad we're talking about it, because until I started doing this podcast, I hadn't fucking heard of it. And
I
think more people should listen to it.
Who mentioned it to me?
For our liturgy discussion, I listened to, I think it's pronounced HAQQ.
It is an abbreviation, yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure what it means.
Neither am I.
You have
and I know what it stands for.
I don't think Hunter Hunt Hendricks knows what it means.
All right.
I believe that it stands for Heiligen above quantity and quality.
All right.
Sure.
I could be wrong, actually. I'm going to feel like a dickhead if I get that wrong, considering that I recommend
you
it.
can't, liturgy trivia is liturgy trivia. I don't think I can.
I can't wait till we actually, for our guests who are probably already aware, we are going to talk about a liturgy album later on, and we have a special guest who's coming on, liturgy expert, who's coming on to talk about it as well. So we'll be able to get more in depth when we get to that.
I've been looking forward to talking about that all week.
Oh, me too.
And then next we've got, continuing with the horse core established by relationship of command. I listened to Deftones' White Pony. Record I've been
one of the truly great horse core records.
Question: does horsecore include albums made on heroin?
There has to be some explicit reference to an equine.
Well, and on the cover, but White Pony is, it's called White Pony, so clearly some cocaine was involved.
Yeah. But the song Heroin would be referring to a drug that I believe has a street name horse. So does that count?
I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
It's a bit of a stretch.
If you say so, knock yourself out.
Case by case basis thing, really.
Yeah, good record though. I might talk about it more at some other point, because I don't know, maybe there's going to be a Deftones B-sides at some point.
Maybe.
Oh maybe, yeah, just to clear up the confusion about HAQQ. Yeah, I was right. The album title is an acronym for Heiligen above quality and quantity, and Heiligen, in fact, is a function within Hunt Hendricks' belief system, which she previously explored through the record New Introductory Lectures on the System of Transcendental Kabbalah. So, the more you know.
All right.
And the belief system is actually expressed in a diagram which features on the cover of the album HAQ.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I remembered looking at that, and I was just I'm sure all of this means something. I'm never gonna know.
I mean,
Kabbalah is like
as much of a fan as I am
Jewish thing, I think.
As much as a fan as I am of Hunter's music, I will say that I have not really elected to truly dig into the philosophy, although, to her credit, on her YouTube channel, she does have multiple videos in which she explains her philosophy system to those who are interested. And I mean, I have no doubt that she thoroughly, it makes complete sense to her. I just haven't quite been able to accommodate, to it myself. But I mean, I have friends who are philosophy majors, and they do talk in a particular kind of way that it's like a different language to me. But anyway.
Look, whatever her philosophy is, it's likely better than objectivism. So.
Oh, totally. It's all about reaching like a kind of transcendental state, I believe.
I was going to say, Hunter Hunt Hendricks also has the advantage of not being a moron who makes bad art like Ayn Rand.
Yeah.
Or Zack Snyder.
Oh.
Had to do it to him.
I love seeing an objectivist adapt graphic novels written by an anarchist.
Anyway, I guess what was the other albums you listened to this week beyond Horsecore?
Murmur by Ram.
Yes.
R-E-N.
That jangle pop masterpiece that is Murmur.
It's a good album.
We had Tyler be like meme worthy there. He was just like, it's chef kiss, and August just.
Good album.
It's decent.
It's a good album.
Yeah.
Like it's of all the early pre-document REM records, it's probably the best one to dig into because it's like the one where the songs are at their most immediate. But
I do like that quality about it.
Yeah.
Then we've got, let's see. Oh yeah, Rust Never Sleeps by
Rust and
Neil
Kelly.
Young and Crazy Horse.
Oh, more horsecore.
Yeah, more horsecore. Their very famous live album that sounds like a studio album because it's very, very well recorded.
The best live albums do sound like studio records, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Another way in which the Fishman's live album is such a great success is that it does not sound like a live album. Anyway.
Then the last thing I listened to this week, thing I'm excited to tell you all about.
Oh.
This goes with a story, by the way. So a friend of mine and I, what the hell was
It's
that?
grammatically correct, I believe.
Okay, good. So
I think so.
we were walking, there's this kind of creek that's about 2 miles long, and it's like a 5-minute drive from my house. So one day we were just like traversing that creek. It's really muddy, really fun, and we were just kind of really fun to go across, and we were discussing like stuff for like our more experimental side project, because this is also the guy I do Glacier Flower with. And we were discussing like just some weird album ideas we wanted to try, and I was like, oh, maybe we should do a swamp rock album. So he had no clue what that sounded like. So he opens Apple Music, types in swamp rock, and the first thing that comes up is
Smash Mouth's All Star.
Not far off. It's an album called Swamp Rock by this group called the Tailgaters. And little did we know, what we had stumbled upon was a giant piece of shit. This album is god-awful.
Ooh.
Wow.
Like, let me just give you a sample of some of the song titles.
Is it a swamp rock album, though?
It is a swamp rock album.
Okay.
And
interesting.
You would guess that because the recording of the guitars sounds like they were recorded from within a swamp. It's awful. Not to mention the guitar riffs are like the most bland thing in the world.
Wow.
And there's one riff on the album that actually sounds really cool, but at the same time, it sounds like it was completely just gypped from some other song. Like, it's weird to describe the feeling, but it sounded like it was stolen directly from something else.
Damn dirty swamp people stealing people's songs.
Oh shit, you said it, not me.
Wow.
Racist against an imaginary group of people. That's me.
Yeah. The lyrics are abysmal. Like,
That's a very short lyric, August.
Let me give you a sample of them from the song Brown Eyed Girl. Not a cover.
That's not a cover of the Van Morrison song.
Excuse me?
Is it?
No, it's not. It's not a cover of the Van Morrison song. It's
That's
an
even
original
worse
song.
somehow.
Yeah.
Bragger.
Let me give you the lyrics. She was a brown-eyed girl. She flew me round the world.
Kill me.
She was a brown-eyed girl. She flew me round the world. That's the opening, the lyrical passage to this song.
The first verse.
Shakespeare.
Yeah. And every song is like that in terms of suckage. And then there's a random interlude called like Zydeco Waltz in the middle of this album, which is like this random ass waltz interlude towards the end of the album that incorporates bagpipes or something, and it sounds nothing like the rest of the album, and it's just the most obnoxious 2 minutes of all time. So much so that we recorded a song over it where we just made fun of the tailgaters. And if I may quote that song, here are the lyrics, and I quote, "The tailgaters suck, fuck the tailgaters. The tailgaters suck, fuck the tailgaters."
Love it.
And yeah,
Lyrical
it's
miracle
swamp
shit
rock.
right there.
I mean, honestly, Eminem himself would be ashamed.
But yeah, that's my rant about
That is beautiful, because
What a
honestly,
colourful
no one
week
other
we've had.
than you would have ever mentioned that album, and I find that beautiful.
We do talk about some strange records in these segments.
No, yeah.
We do. We're probably going to
Indeed.
talk about some strange records today on the
Yeah.
bill. Really?
Bill.
Yeah.
Yep.
For the record,
Yeah.
I'm done, so go ahead, anyone.
Okay, I might go next then. Just jump on
go
the
on.
scene.
Tyler.
Why
Live
not?
your best
Alright.
life, Tyler.
Okay, so I listened to a fair bit of music this week, a mixture of stuff that I'd heard before and a mixture of stuff that I hadn't. So one thing that has, for starters, one thing that has been on near constant rotation for me, in the sense that I've been listening to it almost every fucking day, is the new Jessie Ware album, which I've already talked about a little bit last week, so I'm not going to talk about it at all today, but I'm very excited we're going to be reviewing this next week. I have listened to it at least a dozen times. It's a very good album. That's all I'm going to say, and I reject any dissent. Other than that, what else have I been listening to? So I've been going back. Obviously, we're going to talk about the new Arca record today. I was going back and listening to some of her older records as well. I mean, I'll touch on some of those when we do a review, so I won't talk about them. I listened to. Some of you may not realize that August and Saoirse are not the only members of this podcast that produce their own music. Morgan himself, who is yet to join us, but I will shout him out, has released an EP in a band called Torva, and it is a metal EP. And I listened
thrash
to
metal
Very
band.
thrash metal, exactly.
Very good EP.
I have heard
It's a
them
very
perform
good
live
EP.
dozens of times.
I listened to their EP, which is called Torva Mesor, and you can find it on whatever streaming service you frequent, and it's very good. It's very, very good, and I would recommend it. I re-listened to the Foo Fighters debut record, which I hadn't heard since I was like 11 or 12, maybe. And I will say that I had not given that record its full appreciation at the time. It's a very good album.
It's great.
It has a lot of great songs on it. Just very good. The reason I listened to it is because the color and the shape is on our bill for the bracket, and I want to give that record another shot as well, because I don't think I've given that record a fair shake in the past. But yeah, great debut from the Foo Fighters. I also re-listened to, at some point soon, we're going to be, we've already kind of committed to this, so we kind of have to do it now, but at some point soon in the future, we're going to be discussing the discography of Metallica. And so I listened to Kill 'Em All, their first album. Holy shit, this fucks. It's such a good album.
Good, right? It's so good.
I was literally creaming my pants listening to this record.
I need gifs of everything Tyler is saying at the moment.
It's such a good album. I don't know where people
Four Horsemen is the best Metallica song.
It's
Fight
up
me.
there. It's fucking up there. And I don't know where people get off saying this is like not as good as the next two records they released.
They say it's mid-tier Metallica, and I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
It's because
Apparently
people
these people-
like people
To
like
call
to be
that record
hipsters. That's why.
mid-tier Metallica is to have not heard any of their 90s or 2000s or 2010s albums.
Fact.
I mean, I'm of the opinion that there's really only one mid-tier Metallica record, which is the Black Album. They're either all high tier or low tier for me. I mean, I guess maybe Death Magnetic is kind of mid-tier, but anyway, yeah, Kill 'Em All, great album. Can't wait to talk about it. I also listened to Iron Maiden's Peace of Mind, one of the early period Iron Maiden records I hadn't heard. Very good. I'm gonna I've listened to at this point the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think up to and including Power Slave. Anyway.
Hey.
I am going to drop a wild hot take and say that my least favorite of those records is Number of the Beast.
Yeah, let's go. Agree.
Correct take.
Hard agree.
Only because I find the song 22 Acacia Avenue to be abhorrent and literally just disgusting to listen to.
No, what is the song on there that I think is just like, there's a song on that album that I just think is so fucking mid, and it's like something with Village. What is it called?
I haven't listened to Number of the Beast in a while, so I can't remember off the top of my head. But that was Village, the song that really.
One sec, I'll check.
It's
Iron Maiden.
It's like Into the Village.
Iron Maiden.
Something like.
Sorry.
Let me see.
Iron Maiden.
Are you like Invaders, Children of the Damned, The Prisoner, 22 Acacia Avenue, The Number of the Beast, Run the Hills, Gangland, Hallowed Be Thy Name. That's all the songs on that record.
I guess it is 22 Acacia Avenue that I think maybe it's a different one. Yeah, it's not good. No.
It's easily the worst song I've heard from them across those 5 or 6, however many albums that is. But anyway, Peace of Mind is a good album. It's better than Killers and Number of the Beast, but it's not quite at the level of the debut or Power Slave for me. But I really like it. I particularly like the closing track To Tame a Land, which is quite like ambitious. And anyway, good album. I also listened to 100 Gex and The Tree of Clues, their new remix album, which we're going to discuss briefly next week, I think. And I won't really spoil my thoughts for now, but I will say that I thought that the 100 Gex debut was a promising but ultimately a bit short feeling record. It would have made a solid EP. There are some I love the sonic style of 100 Gex, I will say that, but the songs aren't always there, and all I will say is that I like The Tree of Clues more than I like the debut. That's all I'll say for now. I listened to I've decided to go through the discography of another Jake and Morgan canon band, which is Opeth. Fantastic sort of atmospheric sort of progressive metal band. Anyway, so I had already heard their albums Deliverance and Damnation a while back, which I liked quite a bit, but now I'm going to go through them in chronological order. So I listened to Orchid, their debut, which is a fine record. It's weird, like it plays to me like a record of sketches of ideas that are kind of threaded together into songs, but they don't really feel like songs. Like, I don't remember the track names, but the opening track, which is like 13 minutes, is probably the best track on the record. It has lots of really kind of cool ideas that are threaded together, and it has some kind of repetition that kind of serves as a bit of glue to the track, but the rest of the record very much feels like they're riffing on an idea, then they get bored of it and start doing something else. And it's like, it's a debut. I'm going to listen to Morning Rise very soon and continue my journey through their discography. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Morning Rise is an improvement, but it's when you get to Your Arm, or My Arm's Your Hearse, that the band hits its stride.
Yeah.
And everyone who's listening, go listen to fucking Opeth, because, I mean, fuck you.
Yeah, very much. I look forward, you'll be able to track my journey through Opeth via this podcast, as I'll talk about them each week as I listen to more records.
Very excited.
I also listened to, so last week I mentioned that I listened to the first act of Deer Hunter's 5-act trilogy, the Deer Hunter's 5-act trilogy. So this week I listened to the second act, which I liked more than the first act, if only because it felt like a fuller, more complete statement. I will say that it's a bit bloated.
Yep, too long.
It's
Too long.
it's a very long album. It's 80 minutes almost. But there are lots of really great songs on it.
Red Hands, though. What a fucking track, man.
That one's my favorite song, Red Hands, I think, on the album. Or I'm so bad at remembering track names, but there's one earlier on that I really, really, really loved as well. Anyway, very good album. I like the whole conceptual idea and narrative to it, but I do feel like that there's not a lot to the narrative for it to be this long. So I'm hoping that in Acts 3 and onwards, they kind of
3, 4, and 5 are where they pick up a lot. 3 is where I think the first one that'll truly captivate you.
Cool.
I got
I'm looking forward to that.
Briefly to say that Tyler, you mentioning the word bloated, all of a sudden it triggered the memory in my mind that the song Passenger features Maynard James Keenan. And I just think it's interesting that was the word that triggered it. I wonder what that says.
Yeah, I don't know, because it's a fucking great song, so I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, I don't quite know either.
If August is gonna drop a hot take and say that the last 3 songs on White Pony are mid, then I might have to come to Nebraska and fight this boy.
No, those are good songs.
The last 3 songs on White Pony are probably my favorite part of the album.
I was referring more to
Tool,
Maynard James Keenan's other associations, shall we say.
Oh yeah, he's in that band, A Perfect Circle, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, and that other band, Auto Parts.
Anyway, one more album I want to touch on that I've been listening to, because there's one I've kind of skirted around this album because it's by far like the best new discovery for me this week. Well, not by far. I mean, there have been quite a few good new discoveries, and we're going to talk about 2 of them in this episode. But Frank Turner's Love, Ire, and Song.
Yes! Yes! Such a cool music.
Finally, the Frank Turner meme has come full circle.
Oh my god, Tyler, is Jet Lag not just one of the most best slow, sad folk songs you've ever heard?
Yes. Like, there is like at least half a dozen of the best folk songs I've ever heard on this. Oh yeah. It does not quit. Like, the first time I listened to it, I thought this is a great album. There may be a couple of songs I haven't quite gotten on board with. I listened to it 2 more times, and I liked those songs as well. Like, I am at the point where this is basically almost a perfect record. Like, to the point where that almost doesn't even really matter. It's one of the best folk rock albums I've ever heard. The songwriting is just there. It's there. It's emotive. It's beautiful. It's poetic. It's
title track.
Angry.
Man.
It's
title track.
It's
we were young,
it's a
and we were
land
crass
of
enough to
contrasts.
care. Yes.
And I also want to say that, I mean, obviously this is probably not like a novel thought, but the song Long Live the Queen made me bawl my eyes out.
Oh my god, it's so fucking sad. Oh my god.
I physically cannot. It's like I can't watch Inshian Andalou without looking away at certain points. It's a physical reaction. I can't listen to Long Live the Queen without crying.
I cried in front of preschoolers because I listened to that album while I was doing summer camp with my mom, and Long Live the Queen came on my Bluetooth headset, and I was just sitting in the corner of the room like, fine. Oh, fine.
Well, god damn it, now I have to listen to this album.
Yeah,
so you can give it a 6 and say it's mid.
Like,
God,
no, but this is the thing. Like, I don't even see how anyone.
Frank Turner.
I don't really even see how anyone can say this is mid. Like, I mean, I guess I can. That's obviously like one of those overboard statements. But like,
one of my favorite records of all time.
It's just so compelling on this album. Like, you are hanging on Frank's every word. And that's what I miss
Phenomenal lyricist.
In a lot of bands that a singer-songwriter acts, is that sometimes the presence of the singer, of the writer that their music is hinging on, just won't quite be as compelling as it needs to be. And this is just an example of an artist or of an album that gets it, that grabs you, hooks you in, and just you're there right to the finish. And it's a great album. It's a modern classic, I would say. And it's bizarre for me that it does not seem to be getting its due, or at least a crossover appeal, because I don't see like some records, I guess, I would understand if some records were like too British to get like crossover American appeal, but I don't even really feel that about Frank Turner. I feel like he's quite
not at
his
all.
style of writing is quite.
Do you want to know what the really sad thing is, Tyler? Do you want to know what the sad thing is? He has one album that has gotten crossover breakout appeal.
And it's his
and
worst
it's
album.
Be More Kind.
Yeah.
And it's shit.
See, and that I will also say his other most popular album, Positive Songs for Negative People, is fucking fantastic.
Yeah, this is the thing.
Song for Josh will make you sob.
Yeah,
well, here's the thing.
That's another
you
one.
Fuck me.
You can bet I have already downloaded all of the albums, and I'm gonna listen to them all because this is just an example of a rare example.
Heart,
a rare
England,
joy.
Keep My Bones.
It doesn't happen that often for me, but it's a rare joy where an artist, as a personality, as a musician, as a writer, just clicks instantly, and I'm so thrilled to be able to say that about a record that clearly means so much to other people here. Consider me on board.
The thing is, when I got into Frank Turner through Tape Deck Heart, which is one of his I put in the poll, and just when I first listened to that album the whole way through, it was like a third eye opening up in my head for kind of music that I like now.
Yep.
It's just love it to pieces. Good choice.
But anyway, that was my week, so someone else can go now.
Can I leap on it if that's right?
Please.
Go, Saoirse.
All right, so I listened to Against Me's reinventing Axl Rose because I love them to pieces.
I listened to that again as well. Actually, I didn't even mention it, but
great album
too.
Yeah, it has some of their best songs on it, but I have caveats. Which is weird, seeing as I love folk punk so much, and this is like one of my favorite bands' most folk punky record.
And that's like at least what is considered their best album.
It's not, but that's okay.
Score-wise, it is.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's just like there are songs on there that even Laura thinks is a mistake. Like she did a live gig, just playing through the whole of the album. When it got to one of them, she was like, "You know what? This is the last time this song's ever going to get played live, and no one's going to give a shit."
I mean, I think the record's a 9 out of 10. So
it's really good.
Strong 8.5 from me. Strong 8.5 from me.
I think it's an 8. But my real issue with it is that there are songs on it that were first played on previous EPs that I think are better renditions on those EPs.
The EP's phenomenal.
Like,
it's great.
I know what you mean too. That song, "I Still Love You," Jane? Is that the song?
I Still Love You, Julie, and Walking Is Still Honest both came from that EP.
Yeah, those were two songs that weren't like quite at the top tier for me on the album, but I enjoyed them. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to talk about this band at length.
Absolutely.
In another episode.
But I would just say, I genuinely think the EP renditions are some of my favorite songs Against Me have ever done. But I also listened to one of their early EPs. Well, is it a single with 2 B-sides or is it an EP? No one can really decide. The Disco Before the Breakdown, which is just phenomenal. The title track has a sax solo on it that is out of this world.
I need to be hearing the Against Me song that has a sax solo on it.
Please do. It's so good.
No more sex scenes in movies.
You motherfucker.
Yeah.
Had to do it to him.
You did. I respect it.
What else have you been listening to, Saoirse?
I was listening to the new AJJ record. Good Luck, Everyone.
Yeah, they're a band.
Yeah. I like their first one with a bunny on it that's got a title about cannibals. That's
people
long.
Who can eat people are the luckiest people in the world.
That's the one. And,
what a fucking title!
Yeah. That's their most like folk punky record. After that, they really diverged into much more diverse rock genres. You can see that on Knife Man, which is in the poll, and I've talked about it before, which is like almost like a folk punk rock opera of an album. It's
Sign
great.
me up.
And and what I would say about, I haven't listened to any of their albums in the interim, which is a shame because I really like their new album. And it's evident that Andrew Jackson and the group and the lads have
and famously fronted by Andrew Jackson.
Yeah.
Not only did he discover the town that was in To Kill a Mockingbird or whatever, he also fronted a band.
A folk punk band.
It's a
that was
good
the
joke.
dumbest bit ever.
That was pretty dumb.
It's not even top 3.
For me, yeah.
Yeah, but no, it's evident that in the interim they have really decided to explore even more areas of rock. There are one or two glitchy moments on it, one or two that evoke like more psychedelic era of the Beatles, but it is fundamentally like a folk punk album still, and I think that's really impressive to have such a diverse musical outlook and still be fundamentally such a stripped back genre of music. That I just think that's really impressive. If you're after nuanced political critique, you will not find it on this album. This is an album that is just like what we are in is shit, and we're going to make no bones about it and just sing about that. And it's very unnuanced, very in your face. But thing is, these are things I said about the Lamb of God record, and putting the lyricism of this next to the Lamb of God record is like, it's embarrassing that I complimented the lyricism on that record now, because I have similar compliments about this Andrew Jackson You Had record. And it's just so much better. It's just so much better. Yeah. It's just so much better.
Very good.
Yeah, I also listened to the Backwash album again because, of course, I did. I listened to Beach Bunny's Honeymoon, which is a delightful pop rock album from this year. Very breezy, very fun. I listened to Biffy Close Only Revolutions because after putting that in the poll, I was like, I haven't actually listened to this record in full for years. I should do that. And the issues people have with that record, I can understand more, but I still think the album is so good that I just don't really care. I think that Puzzle is a better album because it's just lacking the issues that one would have with Only Revolutions, and the songwriting is still as good. The issues, by the way, is that just it's kind of mixed to fuck. Like the vocals are compressed and double tracked and triple tracked, and they don't need to be. But when you have songs like Bubbles, which has a guitar solo on it from Josh Homme of Queens of the Stone Age, which slaps. Or you have Mountains, which is still just, it completely blows me away. Or Many of Horror, or The Captain, or just any of the really great songs on that. So, God and Satan breaks my heart. Yeah, it's a great record. I love it to pieces. It was in their big sort of studio operatic prog era, so the most successful one of that era. It's not the best, but they're all very good. I listened to the New Days and Days. It's good. I listened to the New Days and Days album again. I like it a whole bunch. I re-listened to the new Sinead Aiko album Chilombo, which is just it's like I love it because it's like it's like the sound I love from a lot of R&B pop records, but the lyrical perspective is so refreshing. I continued my Kanye West deep dive with 808s and Heartbreak, which had nothing in it to piss me off, and as a result, I just found it kind of boring.
It's Kanye.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's modern Kanye.
The only difference
for
between you and me is that when he's trying to piss me off, I find that boring.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's like when I'm watching, to go back to Lars von Trier.
Oh God!
It's like when I'm watching like the family massacre in the house that Jack built, and I'm just like, must we really? Must we?
I remember watching that on a half a bottle of wine with Morgan and having a delightful time.
It's a good movie.
Delightful time with the house that Jack built. Yeah, no, it's one of von Trier's better films. But before listening to the Ark Work, which is our Liturgy album for this week, I listened to Aesthetica and HAQQ. I think Aesthetica has some of Liturgy's best songs from all three albums. It's just much less musically adventurous, and it's longer and more bloated, and as a result, I just feel tired in a way I shouldn't with that album.
Yeah, no, I think that's the general consensus
in ways that the
record.
Ark Work and HAQQ aren't. Yeah, but I still think when it's good, it's the best Liturgy have been.
Yeah, it's a great album. It's a great introduction to transcendental black metal, and it's hard to say that sentence with a straight face.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're going to talk more about them later, so I will move on. I listened to Me Without You's album 10 Stories because I was looking. Yeah, because I was listening through my Spotify liked songs on shuffle. And one of the songs on that album came up, and I was like, I remember nothing about this record. Why did I listen to it? And I really liked it. It's like if every other record the Decemberists ever made were as good as Picaresque. Which, like, none of them are.
It's really good. I will go to bat for most albums by the Decemberists. I'm sorry, but I will. Although I will say
they're good.
How ironic that I won't go to bat for most Me Without You albums. I like the most recent one. That one's good. Don't crucify me.
I would just say that I agree, Tyler, that most of their records are good.
They made a prog album.
After you've made Picaresque, they should
really
be
good.
better.
They made a really good prog album.
I never said they were bad. Okay.
No,
I listened. I kept listening. I know. I kept listening to Phoebe Bridgers' Punisher because it's amazing. Public Enemies, It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back. I don't like it as much as Fear of a Black Planet, but it's really good.
It is really good.
I listened to Rina Sawayama's Sawayama, which I listened to half of last. I listened to a lot of Liturgy yesterday and lots of the Kiki album, the Arca album. I was just kind of musically exhausted because those are like records that take a lot of mental energy to process. So when I listened to back half this morning, it was like a different record, really. Just so much more fun and light and breezy and poppy and just a good time. Whereas for some reason that didn't come through to me with the front half last night.
Interesting. I think I like songs on both the front and back halves of Sawayama, but I do think the best songs are at the beginning, particularly Excess, which is one of my favorite singles of the whole year so far.
No,
agree.
It's really good. I don't know why I was slagging it off last night. It's really good.
It's solid.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's got such a personality to it. I can't wait for Sawayama to make her next record.
Rina needs to blow up like now. Now she needs to blow up.
Also, shout out to...
I feel like her next record...
No, please continue.
Oh, yeah, I just want to say, I think her next record will be better because I feel like this still kind of lives in the shadow of its influences. So I'm very excited to see what she does next.
She's definitely exploring lots of different things on this album and still finding her niche, I think. But I want to shout out Clarence Clarity, who did the production on that album. He's a great artist in his own right, and he has two very excellent sort of weird, quirky, noisy pop albums that are very, very good. And it's cool to see him doing production for artists that are starting to get a bit bigger because he's one of the most interesting producers working today, in my opinion.
No, the production on it's really interesting. Shinsei Kamata-chan's Tsumane, I also listened to this week. A really good time. This is going to be something I say a lot today. I found the album slightly exhausting to listen to as a whole album. I would definitely listen to pretty much every song on it individually, but just together it was a bit much. But it's really good. I loved what it was doing artistically, and it was just really nice to listen to an album that isn't in English, and I'm still just like, yes, I love this, more please. Upon Jake's recommendation, I listened to the Smith Street Band's Don't Waste Your Anger, which I still think they are yet to find their own musical identity, but this has some of their best songs on it. Listen to Sufjan's Age of ADZ.
Ads.
Age of Ads.
Yeah.
And I think everything that is good and wrong with this album is the same with its last massive mammoth track, in that it is bloated and is filled with a lot of ideas that don't necessarily hang together musically, all next to each other, but it reaches such astonishing achievements of ambition and just when it hits, when the ambition is achieved, it is some of the best music you will find, but that's not to say that's the whole time.
I felt the same way when I first heard it, and now I think it's his masterpiece. I want to shout out this title track in particular on that album. It's this wild, incredible 8-minute odyssey that goes from like soaring heights of like loudness to like at the end this incredibly sparse, just quiet guitar outro with whispered vocals. Like there's so much range on this record. I adore that album so much. I had to speak up.
That's fine. I'm always happy for people to leap on my opinions. And the final one, I listened to Waxahachie's St. Cloud.
Oh yeah.
I noticed that some critics I follow on YouTube didn't like this so much. I did. I think it's going to require re-listens to really absorb all of the good things about it, but I think it's
her best record. Like having listened to all of them, I think it's her best one yet.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. I mean, being friends with the people I'm friends with, I hear a lot of like folky Americana female-led balladry stuff. I listen to a few of them. And I think while this isn't the best of that type of music, it is still very good. And I think that the artist has higher artistic peaks ahead of them based on this work.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yes, that's me.
Who wants to go next, Jake or Morgan?
I guess I'll fucking go.
Is Morgan here yet?
Run through.
Yeah,
Morgan is here.
He's chilling.
He is present.
Oh, hey.
Word, the man snuck in from the back door.
Let's see here. I listened to Sleater Kinney's The Woods. Very, very loud, very energetic rock album that I enjoyed. I still find myself preferring what the hell is that album called?
No Cities to Love.
Yeah, No Cities to Love is still probably my favorite of theirs. All right, Tyler, goddamn.
Fair enough. It's a good album. I would encourage you. They have no other records that sound anything like The Woods. So if it wasn't your 100% cup of tea, I would still encourage you to check out their earlier records, particularly Dig Me Out. That's the best album, like the best. Well, it's between Dig Me Out and The Woods for me, but Dig Me Out is. I think if you like No Cities to Love, you'll love Dig Me Out because it's very much the same record, except the songwriting is stronger. The Woods is just the record where they're like proving like that they can do pretty much anything basically. Like it's their most ambitious and musically explosive album, but they have other records where it's more toned down. The songwriting is tighter, if that's your thing.
No, yeah, it's a very good, very solid record. I also listened to lots of Tyler Core this week. I listened to Jessica Rabbit by Sleigh Bells, which, look, here's the thing.
fire
I don't
emojis.
I don't need to do anything beyond say, do you like to have fun? If you like to have fun, listen to Jessica Rabbit by Sleigh Bells. You will have fun. It is
the Mad Max Fury Road argument.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, basically.
kind of. It is consistently so fun and sugary, but also so loud and angry and aggressive. And I could not get enough of that shit. It is
a record
so good
that will break down your door, tie you up, and do a guitar solo in your face.
And I will thank them for that.
Yeah,
frankly,
it's just fucking hard as fuck.
It's a great time. It's a great time. I had a good time with it. I re-listened to Punisher by Phoebe Bridgers because of course I did. I listened to the discography of Liturgy, which I won't say anything about until we actually get to discussing Liturgy later in this episode. I re-listened to Poppy's I Disagree, which is still one of my favorite albums this year. Really fun, really versatile, little interesting record. I listened to, and in the note of going back to Phoebe Bridgers' Punisher, I listened to Julian Baker's Sprained Ankle and Julian Baker's Turn Out the Lights, which are both fucking awesome. I kind of underrated Turn Out the Lights when I first listened to it. Even I think it's an exceptional album that has like some of the best songwriting the Boy Genius crew have ever churned out. And Sprained Ankle, for a 30-minute long record, has the punch of like a hour and a half long rock opera. I highly recommend the song Rejoice, which I think is one of the best songs ever written and performed. I listened to Touche Amore's Stage 4, which is a post-hardcore record that is about the frontman's struggle with his mother dying of cancer. And the album's just sort of a concept album covering the following year of his life after her death. And it is just, it was, I had a bad day this day when I listened to all these. And Touche Amore, that's my favorite record of theirs that I've heard so far, even though I really like their first one. I listened to a record that I probably would recommend to everyone here except for August, which is somebody who was on, I believe, he's gone. Well, it's Boy Genius Core, which is why I recommend it. It's a record by a woman named Emily Keener, who I believe was on a version of The Voice, and she has a record called I Do Not Have to Be Good. Very good shit. That's like, I think the second song on the album is like a post-coital song about her and her girlfriend dancing to Joni Mitchell in the kitchen. So like, you know, it's pretty good. It's very much in the vein of stuff like Julian Baker. Highly recommend that. That was a decent record. I've re-listened to the Boy Genius EP, which is one of my favorite EPs of all time. And I listened to a Korean or Japanese, I can't remember precisely, artist called Aseul, A-S-E-U-L, released a new album called Slow Dance, which is a kind of half an hour long album that's a like electronic pop record. Really blissful and kind of sweet, summery album. It's not like amazing or anything, but if you just want like a nice chill out record to throw on, I'd recommend that. I've been going back to White Light from the Mouth of Infinity by Swans, which is slowly becoming one of my favorite Swans records. I love it to pieces. It's super fucking loud. It's just like so punchy and immediate in a way that a lot of their other music is not. It's a lot about like their later stuff's more about tension building, about release, about like these crescendos that it builds to, whereas White Light's a little bit more folky and you just sort of get to enjoy the vibe a bit more. I re-listened to The Weeknd's After Hours, which is the current silver medal for my album of the year. Great synth pop album. I re-listened to Brockhampton's Ginger, which is one of my, again, favorite albums. I have a lot of affinity for that record because it came out the precise day, or it leaked the precise day that I went to pick up Saoirse from the airport when she visited Morgan and and Davey, who drove up from Tennessee and Kentucky. And I have a lot of fond summer memories because of that album. And I love that. I also covered a huge blind spot of mine this week and listened to my first front-to-back Tom Waits album. I listened to Closing Time.
Oh, yes, that's so good.
Yeah. I didn't know it was his first album. It is so good. Like, I tried to get into Rain Dogs a couple of years ago, and I was just like, something about this just ain't really hitting for me. I'm going to try
with Tom, you need to really, like, start with the early stuff and follow the progression.
That's sort of what I figured I'd do here, and I went for Closing Time just because a lot more people say it's, like, it's really good, but it's a bit more, like, agreeable of a listen, and I just sort of went for that, and damn, is that record good.
If I were to recommend one Tom Waits album to you specifically, Jake, I would recommend Bone Machine. I think you'd really dig Bone Machine. The only reason I recommend that is because, like, once you've heard Closing Time, that's his best record of the 70s. So you've pretty much heard, like, the peak of that era. And then, like, the 80s, the peak of the 80s era is either Rain Dogs or Swordfish Trombones, but probably Rain Dogs. And then the 90s era is, in my opinion, the 90s era is Tom Waits' best era. And that's when he released Bone Machine and Mule Variations. But Bone Machine is definitely, like, the one I'd recommend for you. But Closing Time is so good. Like, it's just...
Waits has been somebody that I've really wanted to get into for a very long time because it's just like, I know that if I guide myself correctly, he's going to be somebody I dig. And I'm pretty sure I made the right decision because Closing Time is a great album.
I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
About Tom Waits album recommendations. He has one song that I just love with my whole chest called... Christmas Card from a Hooker Out of Minneapolis. And which album is that one on? Because I want to listen to a whole album of songs like that.
It's on Blue Valentine.
Oh, Blue Valentine.
Yeah, which is another great 70s Waits album.
I have dementia.
Well, it's okay. We all do. But like, if you're looking to get into Tom Waits, I would highly recommend Closing Time just because it's not as, like, eccentric or, like, weird as some of his later stuff gets. Like,
but I do like really like a weird.
No, of course. So but I'm saying,
you would get, like, Saoirse, have you heard, like, a Tom Waits album?
Not in full.
No, I think you'd really dig him. Like, I think you'd really get into his stuff. Like,
I think you would too.
Super eccentric in the same sort of vein as what you dig, I think.
Like,
amazing.
I heard the first song of his that I remember, like, being cognizant of is, I believe, one that was used in the it was used in the first episode of Marvel's The Punisher, and it was on Bad As Me. It's a great song. It's Morgan, help me. What is this song?
I haven't heard Bad As Me.
It's from Marvel's Phoebe Bridgers Punisher.
The Punisher jokes are never gonna fucking stop, are they?
No, it's called Hell Broke Loose. Hell Broke Loose
sounds like a
great song about like soldiers coming back and having PTSD. That song is fucked up as hell, but it's great.
John Prine, Sam Stone type beat.
I actually have a couple John Prine albums that I'm going to listen to soon because of you, Tyler.
Great guy. But yeah, I want to shout out on Closing Time, the song Martha is one of my favorite Tom Waits songs. Like,
great fucking track.
It's an amazing piece of music that even if you don't listen to the album, you should go, like, as soon as you can and listen to the song Martha. It's one of the greatest songs ever written.
I mean, the whole album's like, 40 minutes? Like, it's a great way to get into them. I would highly recommend
it's superb. It's really good.
Yeah. I listened to another huge blind spot of mine. I had listened to two other records from this particular band, but I listened to F.A. Infinity by Godspeed You Black Emperor.
That's the only time I've heard it said like that. Yeah, F sharp, A sharp, Infinity.
I don't give a flying fuck because they title their fucking albums and songs weirdly, so, you know, that's their fucking problem.
Well, by that metric, you might as well throw out a bunch of bands, all right?
He's not
throwing them out. I didn't say that I wouldn't throw them out.
Okay, well, fair enough.
It's like refusing to get on the level linguistically.
That being said, the album is great. I think I might prefer it to Lift Your Skinny Fists Like an Antennas to Heaven, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna go through I'm gonna go through all of them just to like, you know, see which ones I vibe with the most. They're on the same level quality wise, but I don't know. I really fucked with this one a lot. It's a really great droney ambient album. I re-listened to another Swans album, The Glowing Man, because I got it on vinyl for super cheap, and that album I think is I guess I'm the unpopular crowd that thinks that's better than To Be Kind, but I also just think that's like top tier material from the band, and we might be talking about that album because of someone's recommendation one day in the future. So
To Be Kind by Frank Turner.
That's oh god. Another blind spot of mine. I listened to Nick Drake's Pink Moon, which is fucking great. Love that album. It's terrific. It's like 30 minutes long, and it made me almost cry like 6 times.
You definitely listen to his other 2 albums as well. I think you would probably even enjoy them more maybe than Pink Moon, because Pink Moon is his most sparse record, but
like I've heard that like his other stuff is like really lavish and like almost orchestral in nature.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. It's folk music, but it's very much like you know, it's comforting and beautiful.
Anti-folk.
Yeah, that. But the real star of the show this week for me was started with an album that Tyler recommended me, which is Black Sheep Boy by Ockerville River. Which is fucking great. I really love that album. Just the good folk rock sad boy shit, honestly, like premium that. But I checked out another record from them, their first album, which is Don't Fall in Love with Everyone You See. And that is, like, I've listened to that like 4 times in the past 2 days. That is quickly becoming one of my favorite albums. I fucking love it to death. Just amazing lyricism and like really like diverse instrumentation all around. And this goes for Black Sheep Boy as well. Like I think they're like in terms of quality, they're pretty much neck and neck, but in terms of the one that really like gets to the heart, my beaten heart, it's definitely Don't Fall in Love with Everyone You See. It's a great album, and I highly recommend it to anyone who's even like kind of interested in folk music or folk rock. It's I'd say the singer, while he can veer away from this, but like when he gets more impassioned, sounds like an American Frank Turner, like eerily. It's really weird in some songs, like more on Black Sheep Boy than on
there's almost like I mean, you might disagree, but to me there's almost like a vaguely emo quality to some of the vocal delivery.
Yes.
On Black
Absolutely
Sheep Boy,
there is.
even though it's distinctly an indie rock album.
And on Saoirse's piggyback, I did listen to Don't Waste Your Anger by the Smith Street Band, which I thought was good, but that is a band that has all the makings of some Jake Core shit, and they just haven't released an album yet that's really worked for me on every single level. Like this is I think this is like neck and neck with their 2016, I think, release. But it's a good album. If you are even remotely interested in that kind of music, go listen to it. It has some great highlights on it. I listened to an interesting record that came from I found this on Sputnik and then looked up this person's music and found out they have less Twitter followers than me, which is sad. And it is the album Star Maker by an artist called Honey Harper. And I believe the genre that they coined here was cosmic dream country. And
excuse me?
Yes, I would very much compare it to Sturgill Simpson's album A Sailor's Guide to Earth, and that it sort of blends Americana and psychedelic and folk music really smoothly. It's a really beautiful record.
ASMR.
I would highly recommend you check out this album and this artist just because they desperately need more attention. And like, regardless of what you end up thinking of the album, the actual sound and production of it is fucking gorgeous. It's one of the best sounding albums I've heard this year. It's like, it's obviously not as dark or anything, but sonically, it kind of reminds me of Nick Cave's and the Bad Seeds Skeleton Tree in a lot of ways. It has a very similar sonic approach to a lot of its music. And on the note of Nick Cave, I also listened to, this is going to be unpopular, Jake Hours, but I listened to Push the Sky Away, which is probably my least favorite Nick Cave album, if I'm being honest. It's good. I should stress that. It's good. It's just that the sparse minimalism doesn't really work for me in the way that it does on, like, it just, this album just sort of seems like a dry run for Ghosteen. And
yeah, I will say it's not top tier for me the way it is for other people either, but I mean, I wouldn't put it at the bottom. I do think it's like inconsistent in the sense that it has like really astonishing highs, like Jubilee Street,
and finishing Jubilee Street.
Yeah, and Higgs Boson Blues as well.
Higgs Boson Blues and who are you? What is the first track called? It's got like
We Know Who You Are
in it. Yeah, We Know Who You Are. That's a good track too.
But then you get songs like Wide Lovely Eyes and We Real Cool that just don't like work for me that well.
The sonic approach just it feels like something that he developed sonically much better on his next two albums, and like even like his poetry is really good. It's just that the music itself doesn't really keep it up. It's an okay album. I don't think it's bad or even like mediocre. It's still like quintessentially very Nick Cave. But of the album, or I have listened to all his albums, and I might be working on something because I have listened to all his albums. What could I be doing? But that's probably my least favorite. I'll have to revisit something like Nocturama or one of his covers album just to see which one kind of really truly bottoms out for me. And I listened to an album alongside Tyler called Are You Alone by Magical Clouds. Like Tyler said to me, ignore the terrible band name. It's magical spelled with a K and clouds with a Z, so it's kind of like, what the fuck? It's a really, really interesting electronic album that features songwriting that is so like hard on your sleeve, purely empathetic and comforting shit. Like it's a perfect, like I had a shitty day, I came home, and then Tyler told me to throw this on, and I just did. I just sort of kind of laid in my bed, and I fucking vibed. And I very nearly came to the point of tears several times, just because it is such a unique experience listening to this artist who is truly, through his lyrics, trying to connect with the listener on a very base level. Like that is like, he is trying to let you know that he is there for you and he wants to help you. And this album is trying to do that, and it can hit some fucking points.
It's
Let me
maybe
tell you.
more than any other artist I can think of. Like it's like a warm hug.
Yeah.
It's like,
honestly, and it's weird because it's such a traditionally cold aesthetic with the electronicness, but it's like it's so enveloping.
But there's lots of like really warm sounding synth pads. Like it's very kind of like major key stuff. Very kind of like warm and pillowy synths. Very minimal, just very easy to vibe to.
Oh yeah, I would highly recommend it. One of my more favorite first listens. I did re-listen to Relationship of Command alongside August. Which, you know, I mean, what the fuck can I say that hasn't already been said? That fucking record owns. Start to finish, it's one of the most energetic post-hardcore albums you're ever going to hear, and it does not let up.
Transmission from the one-armed scissor.
Get away!
Get away! Get away! Send transmission from the one-armed scissor!
Yes. It's a good album.
It's a great fucking album. I like Saoirse. I did listen to the new Jhené Aiko album, Chilambo, which fucking amazing little pillowy new R&B album. Sincerely quite slept on this year. I think it's very, very well produced. Only problem is that it's just way too fucking long. I listened to, that's just an album that we're covering this week. I re-listened to Great Grandpa's Four of Arrows, one of my favorite indie rock records of the last decade, and a point of bonding for me and Tyler. A very personal record for me because it came along amidst a terrible breakup, and it helped me quite dearly, and I love that album. In fact, so much so that I have it on vinyl over next to me, but I'm too lazy to go and get it because I already got the Opeth vinyl from earlier. But I would highly recommend that. Not enough people have heard that album, and it's fucking great. It is one of the most lush, beautiful indie rock records that I've ever fucking heard, and the songwriting is terrific. I actually didn't know that the band had wrote that after they sort of briefly disbanded after they toured from their first album, and like they all were alone on their own separately and then came back together, and they had sort of made this album from the experience of being alone, and that really shines through in the record, and I would highly recommend it. And again, more Tyler core, I listened to the Beastie Boys, Paul's Boutique.
Oh shit, you did too, did you?
I did.
I don't even know you listened to it.
It is, I mentioned it on Music Board, but I didn't mention it just otherwise, just because I knew I was going to talk about it on here. But like, I think my Music Board review was something along the lines of like, sometimes great music is great music just because it's fun. And Paul's Boutique is certainly great music because it is so much goddamn fun, and because the production on that album is a solid 2 decades ahead of its time.
Totally,
it is an absolute fucking blast to listen to. Like, even as somebody who enjoys like more modern hip hop aesthetics, going back to this was so fucking easy, and it's so very fun. I highly recommend it. And then I had
jump in with an EP I think you should check out if you like that Beastie Boys record.
Like them Beastie Boys.
Like an album from, well, an EP rather, from 1983 by Double D and Stinsky. Check out, I will have to look up the exact title of it, but it is very much in the same vein of like heavily sample-based yes, lessons 1 through 3.
Okay, lessons 1.
August, I'm graduating. I don't need to go back to school.
I am too.
Good one.
I've sent it in the chat if you need to go.
Oh,
very good.
At least be linked to the Rate Your Music page, just in case you need to look it up.
Find it.
It's easy enough to find on YouTube. It's only 3 songs. I would recommend you check that out if you like Beastie Boys.
Thank you. I will definitely check that out. The last album I listened to yesterday, just because I had a shitty ending to my day, so naturally I went for some essential J-core, which would be Daisy by Brand New. Which, as I said in the chat yesterday, is how you know you're feeling is how you know you're in the worst possible mood, because you think the thought, oh gee, I should listen to Daisy right now. It is just it is an album that is molten in its anger, just absolutely fucking caustic. It is in a way that no other Brand New album is, and it is painful to listen to at points. It has many of my favorite songs on there, a deeply underrated album in their catalog, if you ask me, which for some reason, like, it's not that big and people still continually underrate it, but you know, what the fuck ever. And the last 2 albums I listened to were, one of them is a new Midwestern emo / pop punk album from a band called Hot Mulligan called You'll Be Fine. This recommendation goes out to Morgan. If you want to listen to a Yellow Card album that's not by Yellow Card, do check this album out. It's 30 minutes long, and it's fucking great. It's probably like the intersection between Yellow Card and The Hotelier. It's really, really good. I highly recommend it to it. I drunk and cried to it a couple of hours ago. It's fine. And the last thing I listened to was I discovered that one of my favorite musicians, if not my favorite musician of all time, Steven Wilson, the frontman of Porcupine Tree, has an ambient side project that I did not know about called Bass Communion. And I listened to his first album, which is like back from the 90s. Like, he was working on this when he, like, in the throes of Porcupine Tree, which I just didn't know. And it's fucking amazing. It's great. One of the like best ambient albums I've ever heard. The production's flawless. It's super, like, very Brian Eno derivative kind of shit. and I fucking loved it. He's got like 7 different bass communion albums that I'm super excited to check out. But this one specifically, highly recommend if you're into ambient music, because I really fucking dug it, and it was super relaxing and chill, and I loved it. So yeah, and that is all I listened to this week.
Jake has just concluded listing every album he ever made. Morgan, what have you been listening to?
Deftones. That's it.
Okay.
That's beautiful.
We got that covered.
Otherwise, I've been listening some to Circa Survive, which is a sort of post-hardcore emo type band from the early 2000s, specifically the album On Letting Go, which is quite good. Their debut's good too, but it's less good.
You have
also
such
been
a
going
way with words.
Thank you. I've also been going back to You'd Prefer an Astronaut by Hum for, completely unrelated to this episode reasons.
Of course. Just because you love that alternative rock influenced shoegaze.
Yeah, you said that like it was a joke, but it was just a fact. Been listening some to Sun Kill Moon's Ghosts of the Great Highway.
Oh, that's his best album, in my opinion.
That does seem to be the consensus. That's
Okay,
the only one of his.
Jesus.
Well, you have a favorite Sun Kill Moon album, so I think you're okay. That's the only one of his I've heard. I like it a lot. I don't think it's all that consistent of an album. Like, I do hit skip every now and then, but it's good.
You really like Common as Love and Light, right?
What?
The Mark Kozelek album. I thought you mentioned that a couple of years ago.
Literally never.
Oh, never mind.
I
My
can't
memory is just
imagine
faulty.
that would be an album where Morgan isn't regularly compelled to hit the skip button, considering that it's 2 hours long.
Yeah.
It's just Mark Kozelek rambling for 2 hours.
Well, that sounds insufferable.
It's pretty funny, though. He's funny when he wants to be.
That's about it for me. I don't have anything interesting to say about that.
Okay, that was our longest what we've been listening to segment yet. So let's transition swiftly into our actual reviews.
We're just being well-read music boys.
Now, to talk about an album that many of us are definitely going to be able to talk a lot about.
Yeah, we're going to have opinions.
Literally two of us.
Well, why don't I don't know, because these are like these two albums are like, I've kind of thrust these two albums on you guys. So I'm wondering whether I should talk first or last.
I've been listening to one for like months, so there's that.
Yeah, you thrust.
I mean, look, like
us.
with the Hum album, I
with an umlaut.
Hum. With the Hum album, that's fine. I'm fine to talk about the Hum album. It's just the Arca record.
Well, which one are we talking about first? Which one's on the list
talking
first?
about Kick One.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll introduce the album. Okay, so Arca, for those who aren't aware, I'm sure that everyone is aware, but Arca is a prolific and important producer. Also a trans woman, one of the two trans women we are covering today in our reviews, incidentally, because we're cool people like that.
Yeah.
We are the trans agenda.
This is true. We very much are.
I am
that should have
literally
been our podcast name.
I'm literally a trans person.
Agenda.
Look, guys, I'm literally a trans person whose band is called The Agenda.
The Agenda, yeah. I just thought of that as you were saying it. Okay, so Arca has released a number of records, mixtapes, and EPs in the past 10 years, as well as collaborating as a producer with artists as high profile as Bjork. She produced the vast majority of Bjork's album Volnicura, as well as a number of tracks on her album Utopia as well. Arca has generated a lot of buzz with her early albums Zen and Mutant, which for the most part were not so much song based as they were kind of based around sketches of ideas, very much more of a they have a kind of mixtape feel. It wasn't really until 2017's self-titled album that Arca's music began to take form into something more resembling conventional songwriting. That was a much darker record than the one we're discussing today, and a great album as well. But the one we're discussing today is very much the sound of an arrival for Arca. It's called Kick One, the first in a proposed series of Kick albums. And immediately it's clear that this is a bold and defining statement for Arca. For starters,
fucking around
for starters,
with non-binary.
I'm not sure. I don't want to get this wrong, but I think this is the first Arca studio album since her public transition. And it's very clearly a defining statement. Obviously, trans themes and identities of queer sexuality and queer existence have been present in all of Arca's music, all the way back to the early EPs, with songs like it's just escaping me now. There was a song on like one of the Stretch EPs that's got a really kind of like sexual title. Anyway, this is the sound of an arrival for Arca. You can see it immediately on the album cover, which shows her in full. She's been elusive in a lot of the promotional work for her music in the past, either elusive or manipulating her image in some way, understandably so. But this is where feels as though as though we're at a time where she is ready to fully put herself out there physically, visually, in every sense, as an identity, as a personality in her music. So she's gradually sort of made the shift towards approaching pop structures in her own music. As I said, 2017's self-titled record was its own kind of declarative step forward, a sultry, unsettling dive into a pool of blackness. But with this new album, she steps into the light and reveals herself post-transition as a unique and thrilling voice in electronic music. This is her most accessible and song-focused record yet by some margin, although, like I said, the self-titled does have quite a few like songs in the traditional sense.
That's not good news for me and Saoirse.
But this is this notion of it being the most accessible and song-focused record yet does still come with a caveat. Obviously, it is still an Arca record. It is still very much playing with the idea of what structurally pop music is or could be, in the same sense that Sophie's first album in 2018 played with the structure of pop music and songs like Face Shopping. Is very much a similar kind of exploration here.
Which makes sense because Sophie features on this album.
Yes, she does, and we'll get to her
just
feature
say
very
that
soon.
the calling that like a trans person calling a song they wrote Face Shopping, it's just such a big dick energy move.
Yeah, and Sophie, with the greatest of respect, is comfortably has some of the most big dick energy of any of the trans women artists in this particular scene. I'm sure she wouldn't be uncomfortable with me saying that.
As
her music is just so
person,
effusively bold. And Arca has approached that kind of same boldness as well, and very much it feels very particular here. Gone mostly are the sketch-style pieces of twisted metallic instrumentation that defined early albums Zen and Mutant. Here is pop music, in a sense, bright, shining, busy, but very tastefully composed as well. It's very much apparent on the opening track, Non-Binary, which has this minimal clanking beat over which Arca struts and asserts herself, even rapping. So this is very much
fucking gunshot.
Like clipping type beat really, but like Arca is so much more adventurous with respect to clipping, who I love. Arca is so much more adventurous of a producer than the guys at clipping. Non-Binary is perhaps not one of the fuller sounding tracks on the record from me, but as a sort of introduction
Statement.
to this new, as a defining statement. It works perfectly fine. I love. I mean, I'm not gonna front. I love this record. I think that it's the best record that Arca has made to date. I think that it is the most confident that she has sounded. It is. I think it is the most well composed that her pieces feel. There is a real density to the production here, not just density in the sense that there's a lot going on, so it's dense, but there are fucking layers here. There are tracks where there are multiple different focal points moving at different tempos and time signatures, switching within a single bar, chewing themselves up and emerging as something new. These are tracks in a constant state of transformation, which parallels Arca's constant shifting of her image, like trying to figure out like how she wants to present herself as an artist and as a personality. But I think it's very easy upon cursory listens of her music, particularly here, to dismiss some of these tracks as overly busy, but really the closer you inspect them, the more strongly that they hold up as genuinely complex and meaningful pieces of music. I want to shout out the gorgeous treated ringing piano chords of the song Calor, which are layered in reverb and over which a shattered beat warmly lays down and Arca's voice soars. I mean, she's always had a commanding vocal presence, but she's also often used a lot of vocal effects as well. Here she uses some vocal effects on certain tracks, but there is more of her voice untreated and unfiltered here than ever before. And she has incredible vocal range too. She is not just singing in one register, she traverses the fucking map on this album. She flexes her production muscles as boldly as ever, working with layers that could easily collapse beneath their own weight, but that instead she uses to construct impenetrable fortresses of sound, colossal and overwhelming. On the song Keller as well, she flexes her vocal range. As I said, she dips from higher to lower registers tonally in a way which kind of has this cumulatively devastating effect. The inspiration of Björk as an artist for her, and she's spoken outwardly about how early Björk records like Homogenic and Vespertine influenced her as a producer. And then working with Björk on Volnicura, it all comes full circle on the song here on which Björk collaborates with Arca. The song is called
Beautiful
Afterwards. This track is reminiscent of some of the ones that Arca produced on Volnicura sonically, except it's darker with a greater sense of kind of cavernous depth here than Volnicura, which actually had like a flatness to it production-wise, which I sometimes worked for me and sometimes didn't. Anyway, the tones on this track, there's this sludgy sounding, stomping beat, which is kind of buried beneath Björk's voice. And it all just absolutely crushes in the mix. And I want to shout out the mixes here. They're so perfectly treated that they never sound overly busy to me. I really can't emphasize enough what a tremendous achievement in sound design this record is. The collaborations continue with the song Watch, which is a short and sweet banger featuring a great verse from Shy Girl. It has a propulsive siren-driven beat in the way that Arca cuts up the siren to cascade across the audio channels, and the dense breakdown is just thrilling. Structurally, this isn't one of the fuller tracks here, but it doesn't need to be. It's economical in all the right ways and more effective for its brevity. And that's something that Arca does really, really well, is making use of short run times to express a variety of complex and fascinating musical ideas. The best song on the record for me is the Rosalia collaboration, KLK.
Yeah.
Rosalia is such a fantastic fit vocally for what Arca is conjuring here. There's a Latin influence, which is tangible in the drum patterns and some of the sonic textures. And like Watch, it features a chopped up siren sample that blurts a catchy melody in which the beat and performances ride masterfully. Great song. Another highlight for me is the Sophie collaboration La Chiqui. It has this shuffling, clipping beat here, and what sounds like synthetic drill sounds that punctuate the mix. There are these disorienting vocal loops and ethereal, ghostly wails as the track lurches forward like some unwieldy, colossal beast. The chopped up chipmunk squeak vocals in the midsection are pure Sophie. You can hear Sophie's influence in the production here. Her contributions are so clear. And the production feature here adds a lot to the track. There's busy overlaid percussive violence towards the end of this song. That's very, I mean, I hate to say it, but I have to say it, it's very Ortega-esque. It's made for me. Very much like you can see that influence continuing to pervade here. Another quite seemingly underrated song I want to shout out that I really adore is the song Machote, the penultimate track here. It's an absolutely gorgeous slice of Arca-esque pop music. Her vocal melodies here, I want to really shout out her vocal melodies on this record. They're irresistible. The layer production with these pillows of thick bassy pads, like really thick bass heavy pads, and this distant ringing vocal manipulation. It's just fucking heavenly. It's one of her most blissful tracks to date. And she kind of continues this kind of bliss and slow burn energy on the closing track as well, which I really like. There are a couple of weak points in the track listing. The song Me Quetrife, which I do quite like. I just wish it was a little bit longer, even though it does contain a lot of multitudes within its 2 minutes. It just comes up a little bit short to me. And the song Rip the Slit as well. Rip the Slit employs repetition to the point of irritation. It's not one of the stronger tracks here, but that said, even though I find it a little bit irritating, I do love the squelching kind of volatile quality of the beat here. Like there's real kind of sonic violence. It feels very threatening at times listening to tracks like this, which I love. I love that aesthetic in this kind of music. I just wish it were a little bit shorter, this track. So some places where I wish the tracks were longer and some places where I wish they were kind of shorter into the sort of interlude style tracks that she used to employ. Something in the vein of the song Whip from the last album that she did, which is a short kind of 1 minute interlude that featured these incredibly violent cracking whip samples. That's a great song, and that kind of approach I think would have been a little bit better for what she was trying to do on Rip the Slit. But generally, I have almost nothing but positive things to say about this album. I know that that's probably what you were all expecting, but I mean, to be fair, I have been hesitant to heap praise upon an Arca record in the past. I do feel that the much lauded albums like Zen and Mutant, while they are thrilling from a production perspective in terms of what they achieve, they don't really have song structures. They feel very much like sketches. Whereas here, there's more structure employed. There's more finesse. There's more of an attempt to mold the sound into something new, something more challenging for Arca pop music. So I really adore this record. And I think that it is like I said, it's a titanic achievement in sound design. I think that the more time you give to a record like this, the more it will reward you for doing so. And I want to congratulate and compliment Arca on continually bettering herself musically from project to project. And I can only assume that the rest of this Kick series is going to kick my ass. Like it deserves.
How long you sitting on that one?
I literally just made it up as I was speaking.
Tyler,
great album.
I don't have a hat, so I'll tip my headphones.
I would understand if this kind of record doesn't work for many of you, but it's kind of exactly the kind of record that I was hoping Arca would make, and I'm very pleased that it exists, and I'm going to treasure it. Thank you.
Let me just say, for the sake of not repeating ourselves, that I will piggyback on pretty much Tyler's entire opinion in that I really enjoyed this record. I've been listening to it for months because it leaked a long time ago.
Naughty boy.
Yeah, naughty. But something I was interested to see is that, like, on Apple Music, it's sort of like with some artists, it lets you see what they have to say about some of the tracks. Mm-hmm. And she actually mentioned that one of her favorite movies is The Skin I Live In by Pedro Almodovar.
Yes.
And I was like, this makes so much sense, because really when I'm listening to the album, I'm just like, this, I feel this, it's the same energy. It's the same wavelength. And on that specific note, like if you are a fan of someone like Sophie specifically, or Bjork, this is right up your alley, and you have no excuse not to ravenously consume this as soon as possible.
Just one quick addition I want to make is that just on the back of the Skin I Live in comparison, if that comparison appeals to you, but you didn't really see much of that kind of influence here, I would recommend the 2017 self-titled album, Arca. That is like a body horror album. Like that's an album about body horror.
Well, I'm gonna have to listen to that then.
Yeah, it's very much a dark record about body horror.
Yeah, this
is
a
much more brighter and upbeat and pleasant album.
But honestly, despite my thoughts about this record, that's just what I need in my life. What you've just described.
Yeah, as Tyler just said, this is a much brighter and even in many respects more summery, more shimmering kind of album, and I feel like that's sort of I feel it's indicative of her, not explicitly her transition, but I mean her transition into coming to the forefront of music, of as an artist.
It's a sonic transition that you're talking about.
Yeah, she was sort of hiding in the dark and receding and playing into the more deep and sort of not cavernous, because this album is very much cavernous in its titanic moments of sonic bliss that just sort of make this album sound enormous. But in it's sort of the difference between the Bjork records, Vespertine and Homogenic, in that Homogenic is an album that sounds huge, and Vespertine is an album that sounds like the tiniest thing in the world, the most intricate little organism thing,
small.
And it's small.
Doing that.
Sorry, I like it, Taylor. I'll listen to you do your own ASMR album.
Yeah.
But I really like this album. I really like this album just because it is so declarative. Even the second song is a song that she states about just being able to sort of to seize the day and to just sort of go forward and just sort of be yourself and come into it. And the fact that the sonic palette matches that attitude so well of just being this this large enveloping sound. It's I love this sort of new wave of artists who have sort of are defying all senses of how they would traditionally be classified, people especially like Sophie. And I wouldn't say this is as good as the Sophie record, just because the Sophie record is so much more well formed and well structured, and
I would agree.
I feel like I can recommend that album to other people who if you like industrial music or electronic music, you're probably gonna fucking dig the shit out of the Sophie record. This album is a bit more esoteric in its appeal, and it does have more misses in that regard, but the misses are as a result of her throwing sort of everything at the board and seeing what sticks, and she hits way more often than she misses for me. And there are moments where, like Tyler said, sort of the repetition, just sort of sometimes there are moments where this particular sonic palette combined with the amount of repetition can be a bit grating. The thing is that these moments never last long enough for me to really, really, truly be bothered by it. My favorite thing about this album is that upon revisiting, Tyler, you said it was rewarding and that it was dense and that it had a lot to go back to. And I would just like to double up on everything that you said, because the remarkable thing about this album is that when I returned to certain songs, it was like I was hearing a different part of them the whole way through. It was like I was hearing a different song in some respects, and I loved that. It was just such a dynamic album to come back to, and as a result, the fluidity of it is its main appeal. It is also its biggest drawback, in my opinion, because it does lack sort of the stickiness, the poppiness that something like Sophie has, or something like Bjork might even have. But the fact that this goes further in the direction that it does than those albums, I think should be 100% applauded. Arca's always been a fucking fantastic producer. Did she produce for FKA Twigs?
Possibly.
I feel like she might have done some songs on LP1.
Possibly.
Anywho, but her production across her entire career has always been pristine, and that carries over to this album. I don't think a single moment of this doesn't sound crystalline and beautiful and gorgeous and interesting and layered, and you can just tell that all of these songs took a massive amount of time and a massive amount of thought, and that they were gone over and polished to a mirror sheen. And
yeah, you're right. She has produced for FKA Twigs. She's also produced for Kalila and Frank Ocean as well, and Kanye.
Real? Wow. Damn, she is
She produced Jesus, didn't she?
I believe that she did have a production credit on Jesus.
That checks.
It really does.
Oh. Well, I've kind of pretty much, my thesis statement on the album is pretty much said, and I would just be reiterating things that Tyler said at this point. So if the less positive opinions on this podcast want to go ahead and speak.
So.
Bottle of alcohol. So it's okay, I'm drinking tequila, it's fine.
I have an affection for Bjork. She makes Dance from the Dark work in a way it wouldn't if she wasn't in it. And her singing in it is immaculate. Yeah, I don't like that movie. I'm really sorry.
That was not
you slammed the bottle down right on the microphone.
I'm so sorry. So when
not
I
as bad as Tyler doing ASMR,
I'm sorry.
which is nothing against Tyler. I just hate ASMR more than most things.
But it is more than this record. Anyway, so I don't like or dislike this record. When I first listened to it, I felt nothing, and I've listened to it significantly more times since then, so I at least have feelings now that I can talk about, so that's good. But
typically,
yeah, depending on the situation, feelings are good. But it's not like, as a trans person whose transness is very important to the way I create and consume art, I would say that there have been records I've listened to because of this podcast, made by trans people, that are abrasive and challenging, that are my favorite albums of the year, multiple of them.
One of them we're probably going to talk about later.
Well, none of the I don't think any of them are from this year.
No, they're not. I was just saying in general.
Yeah. But like the backwash and the black dresses are just immaculately great. So I love that Arca is making a record like this. I love it for her. I am so glad that a trans person is making such an esoteric, niche-specific record that is the record they set out to make, and it's difficult and challenging, and I'm glad they did it. I love it for them. It's not like I don't get the appeal. I just get the appeal intellectually, and then I listen to the album, and there's nothing about me that is moved. To be fair, we start on Non-Binary, which is a song I should love and don't. I think maybe it's just the fact that the lyrics feel very, very rambling. Each line feels like one idea to the next without a real through line to me. It's just like it feels like if I was to piss off my gay friend at a club and he was just to go on a drunken rant at me about nothing. The lyrics there is just... And in a way, the demeanor, the album in general, reminds me of many people I know in gay circles I just don't get on with. That probably doesn't help. I feel about the Bjork feature the way I feel about the Tyler, the Creator feature on the Freddie Gibbs album, which is that it's just far and away the thing I like the most on the record, and it's someone else. It's like the song she's on, it's an immaculately beautiful song, and Bjork singing is just haunting and vibey and beautiful. And I suppose up until then, it's the fact that it's KLK and then Rip the Slit, double billed very shortly afterwards, which are two of the most migraine-inducing songs I've heard for a long time. But at the same time, I feel like if I was a different person, I could understand liking them. So my overall takeaway from this album is I respect it, but it ate me. And I feel very sad, actually, that a trans person can release such a artistically bold record that's clearly resonating with a lot of people, and transness is so important to it. And I don't get it. That makes me sad.
So basically, you're me with black dresses.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
We'll convert you one of these days. One of these days, a record like this will just click.
No. I'm sure that she has music I will love. Like,
I'm not even talking about Arca specifically.
Right. Okay. I'm sure I will get converted because I see the appeal. I get it.
What we need is Sophie to release LP2. And she needs to do it yesterday.
I'd love it yesterday. That'd be great.
Yeah, anyway,
I feel like I adequately expressed my feelings in a short amount of time, so I'm going to stop talking.
Who wants to go next? August?
Yeah, sure.
Go on, August.
I can go, I guess.
Good to know this inspired such passion.
Yeah. Kick One by Arca. Yeah.
That is indeed the album we are discussing.
No, I had to clarify for myself because my notes said black dresses, and I was very confused.
Who?
What? May I ask why?
This, like, I know you're joking, but this sounds nothing like the Black Dresses album.
No,
it doesn't. In all fairness, it doesn't. I just, for absolutely no reason on my notes, I just wrote black dresses instead of Arca. And
This
not
man
even
is filibustering right now.
Yes.
Okay. Actual opinion, though.
Please.
Non-binary. Decent opener. I especially kind of enjoyed, I guess, the artist who came to my head immediately in terms of this very kind of poetic, rambly style. I kind of was.
It's called rapping, August.
The imagery of like.
It's called rapping.
What did you say?
You said this poetic
it's called
rambling
rapping,
style.
August.
I said it's called rapping.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. No, I feel
this poetic rambly music the kids are listening to.
So clearly this podcast has transitioned from Tyler and Morgan getting at each other's throats to Tyler and August getting at each other's throats.
I just expected better. I'm just kidding.
No, the thing that we're piecing together is that Tyler is an asshole.
Yeah.
I love that style of music Bob Dylan does, that kind of acousticy, talky, chordy music with the harmonica.
Oh!
Yeah, see? You just left.
No, I was, probably not. Shouldn't have said that.
August,
well, I suppose I can go.
Yeah, please.
Sure,
Morgan.
why not?
All right.
Can't wait to hear an actual opinion.
Yeah, jeez.
You're not wrong.
Well, you're in bad luck. Because I feel like at least one album since the Black Dresses episode, there's been at least one album in every episode where I'm just like, I don't get the bleep music. I don't understand it. Plug your shit in, dude. Where's the guitars? But like, I don't.
You leaned really hard into the Kentucky accent there. And it was
with respect, Morgan, I do love that about you, genuinely.
The bleep bloop music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so there are parts of this album that I really do like, but it's when it leans more ambient, and creates a sort of more like aesthetically pretty electronic soundscape, like particularly on like Time and Caller.
Yeah.
I like both of those a lot. But like tracks like Non-Binary or even the track that Bjork is on, I'm just kind of lost. And it just never hooks me. And I mean, I think I'm listening to the music wrong because I can't wrap my head around it. It's not that even that I can't wrap my head around it. I understand what they're doing. This isn't really a Black Dresses situation in the sense that like I don't understand this. It's more just like I don't vibe with it at all. And it's especially weird because the album ends up feeling so lopsided because it's like you start with like Non-Binary and then go into pull up the track list. Does it go into Time?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. It goes into Time, and that's like such a switch up. And even if it was a mood that I didn't like, I find myself wishing that it settled into one mood for the album, and it just kept throwing me off.
The fluidity I can see being a definite turn off,
and I just never settled into it.
I mean, as someone who feels broadly similarly to you, like I agree with a lot of what you said. The fluidity is one of my preferred elements about it. Like I've said before, like some of my favorite records from this year, I love because they keep wrong-footing me tonally and stylistically. That's just one of the things I like more about this as well.
What the fuck? All right, this podcast is literally just devolving into which member kills August first.
I'm so glad that I'm drinking.
No, I'm gonna win win that competition because this podcast
Today's episode is sponsored by Bell's blended Scotch whiskey
and Montezuma tequila.
I poured whiskey on my brain last night.
You drank a lot.
I freebased Beam.
Kentucky fuck. August, tell us what you think about the Arca album.
Do I need to?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the point of this podcast.
Well, it's do that or leave. So.
Fine. Okay, Tyler's muted, so that's my one criteria. Good. It's been abided by.
What the fuck is Tyler doing?
He's frozen in time.
Tyler is busy creating.
Here. How many times do I have to tell you?
The more you tell me, the more it makes me want to.
I will leave.
I don't want you to leave.
I will
August, what did you think of the album?
This podcast episode title is "Nobody Wants to Be Here, Nobody Wants to Leave."
I want to leave.
Yeah. Anyways, first song, Non-Binary. It's good.
Hello, that's me.
Until it ends, like 5 minutes, like 2 minutes too early. That's how I felt about a lot of this record. It felt very underdeveloped, kind of half-baked, if anything. Tracks that fall into that category for me are 1, 2, 3, 4, and track 7. A lot of this album tends to be quite enjoyable, I think, but it just kind of rolls off of me. I don't really feel any of it sticking with me. I would like to mirror Saoirse's sentiment, I believe it was, about Bjork's feature being pretty stellar. I'd say even the best on the record.
No love for Rosalia's feature from anyone?
Yes, we'll do that.
Rosalia's feature was amazing.
Well, there's your love. There we go.
Yeah. Blow Me. How about that?
August, you're underage. Come on.
That'll be a good feature.
Please continue, for the love of God.
Anyways, the track KLK, I did like Rosalia's feature. I didn't think it added as much as Bjork's feature did, but it's still a solid track.
Fair enough.
Rip the Slit is probably the worst song on the album. I think it's already been touched upon, the point that this song is incredibly grating and like really repetitious to that point, and I didn't really particularly develop in any sense.
I would agree.
It was kind of like those 5 tracks I listed earlier, except where those just ended and could have developed more. I wish this had ended much sooner, so it didn't develop anywhere.
That's a quality August penning, and I'm grateful it exists.
Look, August dunking on an album is my preferred mode of this podcast.
I thought you were going to say my preferred mode of suicide.
I thought you were going to say my kink, and I was going to say, look.
Look, August, you have a real talent for words that I think you underrate yourself. You're a very good speaker.
And like in the
glad
same,
to hear that from you.
In the same way that like Stephen Wright is, it's very much like of a similar ilk. I feel.
Yeah.
I agree.
There's one more track I'd like to speak on. The closer. No queda nada. I don't speak Spanish, so I'm not even sure if that's the correct pronunciation. But it's a very nice, slow, emotional song that I felt really developed in a fascinating way. I loved the way the glitchiness really overtook the song as it progressed. And speaking of progression, the progression from primarily English language vocals into Spanish vocals made this album at least enjoyable on that front of like noticing that change and it almost having an eerie quality as it resulted.
I will add that this is, I believe, the first album where Arca speaks. I might be wrong, but I think this is the first album where she sings in English. And the use of the switches between English and Spanish. I think specifically on the song Riquiqui or Rikiki, she switches between English and Spanish really quickly on that song. I like that as well.
With the song Riquiqui, I would just note that they put specifically an accent on the last I, so one has to pronounce that differently. Your inflection of any accent on a letter should follow the shape of the accent, so you go Riquiqui, like going up with the accent.
That's very good to know.
I will never utilize this information.
No, I will. That's like game changing for me.
Except an umlaut, which you're meant to say with an umlaut. You're meant to say the letter like there's an E after it.
Björk.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Yeah, we say Björk, but her name is pronounced Björk. That's correct.
Yeah,
my favorite Björk album.
Anyways, I would like to say that Arca is a quite good. It's quite a good French post-rock band, and I look forward to more of their albums.
Okay.
I guess on that note, we should do our favorite tracks and
let's just end this segment.
Yeah, let's kill this with a guillotine.
Yeah.
I propose that next time we cover a Bleep Bloop album, the naysayers go first.
Yep.
I propose you kill me with a guillotine, just so I don't have to do this anymore.
Can we wrap this up?
Yeah, let's do it. Who would like to go first?
Let's go in James and T order. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Jake Anderson.
I enjoyed this record. What is so goddamn funny?
Nothing. It's your face.
Well, Jesus fucking Christ.
Actually, what's funny is the fact that when August said Jake Anderson, my brain went to Jake Anderson Pack. I'm sorry.
look forward to my new album, Oxnard. Anyway.
What are your 3 favorite tracks on Kick One, Jake?
They are, if my phone will pull this up, because my internet has decided to shit the bed because a horrible thunderstorm has begun. Basically, it's the Rosalia track, the Bjork track, and Rikiki. Is that how you would pronounce that?
That's probably right, I think.
And I guess my least favorite would be Rip the Slit. And I would give the album a solid 7.5.
Very good. August.
Okay. My 3 favorite tracks are No Quede Nada. I just looked that up on Google Translate, so that's the verifiably correct pronunciation. Followed by, what was that stupid one with Bjork? Afterwards.
Yeah, that stupid song I hate. It's great. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah. And then, I don't know, KLK. Least favorite would be Rip the Slit. And because overall I had mixed, slightly trending towards positive feelings, I'll give this album a 5.5 out of 10.
That is perfectly fair.
Let's get this out. Have a cat. Don't have a cat, man.
You all still owe me cats.
Morgan.
My favorite tracks are No Quede Nada, Time, Time, and Color. And, you know, I'm a sheep. I'm going to say my least favorite is Ripped Slit. It's just not very good, is it?
No.
And
What is it?
for ratings, I'm feeling light to decent 5.
We stand.
Fantastic.
Oh, it's me. Hello.
It is you.
All right. My favorite track is Afterwards. That's the one I liked. If you were to force me at gunpoint to choose other tracks I like, I would say Color, sorry. And yeah, let's say No Quede Nada.
I can't believe no one is shouting out La Chiqui for all you people who say that Sophie is good and you don't shout out the one she produced.
Hey,
Casuals.
don't come at me, all right?
I don't know, Sophie. Leave me alone.
No, Sophie.
Yeah, and everyone's right.
Or?
Slit, it's bad. And I'm gonna. This is the hardest 5 I have ever given in my life.
Wow. Okay. Well, my 3 favorite tracks to hopefully bring this average up a little bit. My 3 favorite tracks are KLK, La Chiqui, and Machote. And my least favorite track is Rip the Slit. And I'm going to give this album a very light 9 out of 10.
All right. So the overall rating is 6.4.
Not bad.
I'll take it. Look, honestly, I'll take it after what we've been through.
I had to change my shirt because I spilled tequila.
So one thing I'm going to say now is we're going to move on to the Hum record. I'm going to introduce this record, but I'm going to speak about it last, considering how that went. So, so Hum are a well-established American group. They have dipped their toes into many different genres, including alternative rock, shoegaze, post-hardcore, and post-metal, with comparisons to the instrumental stylings of bands like ISIS and Neurosis, and that post-metal vibe being not without merit, even though they're perhaps not quite as hard as those bands. Mm-hmm. Notably, this record, Inlet, is the first record from Hum in 22 years, a considerable length of time for it to break. And yeah, so all I will say is that I believe this record represents an instrumental departure of sorts, even though it still does distinctly sound like a Hum record. And I'm going to propose that we go in Jams and Tea order to speak about this one.
Well, I actually went and visited one Hum album before this to give myself a little bit of context. You Prefer an Astronaut. And I was into almost every part of that album except for two distinct things: the vocals and the lyrics. The vocals, like, look, I consider myself to have pretty varying tastes and lots of different preferences for different vocal styles, for different genres, for different whatever. But on You Prefer an Astronaut, the band sounds fucking bored. The vocalist sounds like he would rather be anywhere else, and the lyrics themselves do not exactly sound like they are truly inspired. And it just led to a consistently unengaging listen for me, despite the fact that I think aesthetically I very much vibe with how the album sounds, with the heaviness. And I say that because I largely do feel similarly about the new record, though I will admit, as Tyler predicted, this is my favorite album I have listened to of theirs so far, just because it is the heaviest, and I did find the vocal performances to be a bit more energized, a bit less flat. That's not to say that they're like super dynamic or anything, but they sounded a bit more just what I was looking for. And in total, Inlet just kind of reminded me of a style of metal that I do really like, and it reminded me a lot of some of Devin Townsend's albums, specifically the albums where he goes for his signature sort of wall of sound approach, where he sort of blends the sort of wave of post-metal, but with the prog metal aesthetics. And this album does kind of have that. It sounds like some Devin Townsend albums, specifically Accelerated Evolution in places, as well as I do get Deftones vibes occasionally.
Yeah, they both kind of borrow from the same kind of like little specific brand of shoegaze.
Definitely a traceable genetic almost code to that. And just as a whole, I think the album is a little bit heavier. It's a bit more well produced. I like the vocals a bit more, even though the lyrics still are kind of sometimes. But just generally speaking, I vibed with it more than the other two albums. The other one I listened to, I believe, Downward is Heavenward. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I like that one okay too. Like that. The other two records were fine, and I like this one more than them. And I'm pretty sure like it was mainly just because of the heaviness and how far they leaned into that. Like I think this is a slight departure from their sound. It's sort of a exploration of their particular aesthetic, and my problem still remains is that it just feels a bit hollow to me. It is pleasing when I am listening to it. It is in keeping with lots of styles that I listen to. And then when the record ends, I struggle to remember a single fucking note of it. Though I will say, if you were just like, you have to go back to one of these records, I would pick this one just because it is the most sonically distinct. And at points, it does remind me of something like Ocean Machine, which is one of my favorite albums.
Yeah.
Just because you has these sort of waves of these just huge pummeling riffs that are just
like the song
perfectly.
Yeah, I was gonna say the song waves is the song.
And it just sort of hits you and envelops you, and on a raw, visceral level, it's very immediately satisfying. It's just kind of a shame that the fact that the album is just a bit of a one-trick pony and runs out of steam quite quickly, and just, ma'am, do you have a problem?
I don't agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really think it's one-trick pony either.
Well, that's the thing, though, is that I think it is just because none of the albums that I listened to, this one included, where I could parse different, like, the songs just did not ring as being dynamic to me. The riffs were changed up, the structure of the songs, but, like, it all felt like one big wash together, a collage of just sort of
You know what I
vaguely
think it is?
progressive post-metal.
You know what I think it is? And whether, I don't know what Morgan thinks of this record, but his opinion will either validate me or contradict me. But what I think it is that coming from a background of like this kind of music, when you listen to this kind of music, it's typically in that proggier vein where there's just a lot more going on, and that's your niche. Whereas for me, I come for this from more of the shoegaze backdrop where it's more of a focus.
Yeah, I don't like stuff like ISIS. Like, that shit bores the hell out of me. Like,
that pains me to hear you say, because there's a lot more going on in the music of ISIS than I think is going on in the music of Hum. But that said, I think there's enough richness in the atmospherics here to make these songs compelling for their duration. I'll save my extended thoughts for the review, but I do think that when you're kind of like, when your particular niche is music that has more elements, it's not surprising that the more minimal stuff might
as a vibe, this just does not do it for me.
And it's fair. That's not like me trying to be
it's not as aggressive
either.
or busy to hold my attention.
I mean, in a way, what you're saying about, and I know it's not my turn, I'm really sorry, but I feel like I need to leap on what you're saying.
That's okay. It's called discussion.
Okay.
Sorry, that sounded really...
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, fucking carry on, please.
Yeah. I feel like what you're saying, that there is maybe not so much... immediately happening on this. I feel it's actually part of the appeal of the record for me, in that I feel like there is a lot happening, but it's not like a Mars Volta record where it's like quick fired stuff happening, or an everything record or anything like that. It's like,
I mean, I'm not expecting anything like that, especially after I listen to the other records.
I know. But what I'm saying is, what is going on in this is there's a lot of ideas that are just happening slowly. And there's a lot of thematic and lyrical ideas, and the production is really rich and layered. And having listened to this record a few times, it's almost like, I'm sorry, August, what I feel like when I listen to a really great ambient record, where it's like,
I was just
after I
listen
listen to it when I listen to it for a few times, I'm just noticing the layers of depth to the production. But it's like, it's slow, and the music board review I wrote of it said that it's just pure vibes, which is what I love about the album, is that I can just sit there and listen to it and just chill the fuck out. If I knew a dealer in my area, I'd be smoking a blunt to it and just sinking into my sofa, because it's just chill, sludgy. Never have I heard an album that sounds so sludgy and yet so chill. That's basically my take on it, is that it's just like, it's there's a lot going on, but it's slow and it's vibey. And
you should check out Sleep.
I was just thinking that exact same thing. And I like Sleep a lot.
I'll get to that
there were moments
later.
on this record that actually, like, where I was thinking about Dope Smoker specifically.
Yep.
All right. Shall I deliver my opinion in the form of a review?
Yes, sir.
I'd love to hear it.
First off, I'd like to agree with Jake's very political hot take. I, too, do dislike the terrorist organization ISIS.
First time that joke has ever been made.
Indeed.
Poor guys. They were so unlucky. You name your band after an Egyptian god, and then this shit happens.
Yeah.
Really the biggest tragedy associated with ISIS.
Unquestionably.
Wow.
I believe they've changed their name since to Celestial.
Yes.
I thought they would go with a less controversial name, like Al-Qaeda.
I was going to say they changed their name to the IRA.
What they should have done is change their name to a less controversial Egyptian god or something.
Well,
Osiris is taken.
Celestial is the name of their debut album, so probably just picked for that reason.
All right. So now, Inlet by Hum. The opening track, Waves, starts off with this very soaring guitar tone, the very impactful percussion and a low rumbling bass guitar that sets a very thick shoegazy instrumental tone for this entire record. In a sense, I think this opening track is a very good encapsulation of what you're going to get on this record. I really love the heaviness to their instrumental palettes across this record. And they keep up their usual motif on this record of having tracks with false ends, where it will build up to a point where it seems like it's slowing down, and then in the middle of the song, explode right back into this soaring, dynamic, beautiful part. Another instrumental thing I really enjoy about this record is I would almost describe the instrumentals as like spiraling. It sounds like you're starting at an epicenter of some kind, and it's just warping outward and outward and outward. That's partially due to the thick amounts of reverb on this record, I understand, but it's definitely something interesting to note about just the headphone experience of this record. Initially, I found the drums to be a bit of a detractor on this record for myself, because it almost seemed they cut through the mix in a way that wasn't very attractive. But as I kind of kept listening to this album, I found that what they did was serve to drive the heaviness of this album in a very satisfying way. And now I need to make the comparison now that we're 2 tracks in. It has been 8 years since the last Fiona Apple album. 7 years.
What the fuck?
Since the last Strokes record. And 22 years since the last Hum record. And all of these tracks feature Preposition, the place in the house, with In the Den now joining the legendary saga.
It's a bit.
I thought that meme was dead. I thought that meme was dead. We killed it.
We brought that meme into this world, and so help me God, we'll take it out of it.
Well, you're going to have to do that on your own, because I will search for it in every place possible.
I hope you do.
I'm so glad that we have
I'm so glad I have whiskey. I'm so glad I have whiskey.
Well, I'm sorry for impeding on your positive mood. Desert Rambler presents a more drum-driven track, fully embracing the slow core elements of Hum's sound until 5 minutes in, where the track comes to that false end I mentioned earlier, and then it just explodes. And from that point, I feel this song refuses to take away your attention. You are just sucked into the atmosphere of this song.
It's really epic. Epic really feels like the right word for it.
Yes, absolutely. I think, contrary to Jake's point, I feel Matt Talbot's howling epic vocals don't sound so much bored, but to me, they sound like almost an additional instrument, of course, serving the shoegaze.
They sound solid here. I won't front. They sound okay here.
No, fair enough. And I feel, on that note, Step Into You is a track that really demonstrates how much Matt Talbot has developed as a vocalist over these many years. He's become much more gruff, but at the same time, much more kind of, as opposed to the early records, he feels a lot more exciting to my ears.
Yeah.
This record repeating Hum's themes from their past records of longing and a loneliness. And I feel where this album steps up in that front and what makes it distinct in their canon rather than just another tangential background element is that this record's instrumental palette is just so unique almost in their canon. I believe, Tyler, you described it as like almost a detour, but not quite so, because it still sticks so firmly to their roots, but is kind of divulging from that. Maybe like
I think development was the word I used, and I think that is the best
Development.
word. Yeah.
I think that's good. That is good. Yes.
An evolution, if you will.
Yeah, it's
Synonym
truly
for
Hum
development.
2.0.
Yes.
Lick me.
Next, but a thing they've kept up with is that I believe the instrumental hooks across this record are phenomenal. Particularly the song "The Summoning" comes to mind with this very great
Gorgeous.
lead.
Best song
Yeah.
on the album, for my money.
Another theme this band kind of keeps up on this record is their theme of science fiction and using these grander scale imagery to describe such it's kind of using something gigantic to describe loneliness, like being like being one person inside like a 1,000 mile circumference biodome, like just a synthetic sky above you, and you're just trapped
like
alone
the film.
in this place. Yeah, sure.
See, when you talk, it's my duty to make you jokes.
It is. Anyways, continuing on. The guitar riff on "The Summoning," I feel, is just the dopest shit. I love that. Love that riff. I already did address that album's instrumental hook, but just the guitar throughout that whole song is very enveloping. Cloud City also has a really stellar riff, and that song is complemented by the fact that it is just hypnotic, and it just almost lulls you into this sense of security. And I feel Saoirse kind of briefly touched on this idea of just almost being able to melt into your couch or wherever you might be sitting. And specific words. Okay, no. Let's see. But yeah, that's I don't know, that's most of the album in terms of just how I feel.
Nice.
There were some other cool minor little details I enjoyed, like how on the track "Folding" for the chorus, "A Day That Won't Last," they also layered the word "can't" over that as well, so you get this kind of weird doubling effect where you can hear both words, each out of a different ear. Very interesting choice there. If I do have any complaints with this album, I don't feel "Shapeshifter" was the best choice for a closer, not by really virtue of I think it being a bad song, but more by
Folding would have
virtue
been a
of-
better closer, personally.
Yes.
Because
I
it
would
ends with
agree.
like this really beautiful, quiet, drony stretch, and I thought that would have been a nice way to end the record.
Oh yeah, that would have been nice. And one more minor note, I do find the little O's on the track "In the Den" to be just a tad bit cheesy.
Fair
Very
enough.
shut
I understand that.
But that's what I have to say about this record.
Cool. Very good review. Morgan,
Thank
your
you.
thoughts?
Right. Well, Jake's not here to talk about this, but I was going to counter what came to mind for him when listening to this record was Devin Townsend. What comes to mind for me is like the aforementioned Dope Smoker, like Sleep, especially their most recent album, The Sciences.
Yeah.
Like Mastodon, kind of. Just really sludgy, doomy stuff that's more focused on creating an atmosphere than it is with musical complexity, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And from that perspective, I enjoy this record quite a bit, but I also it just kind of makes me want to listen to more storied doom metal acts, I guess. It feels like this is a really great... It almost feels like they're starting all over again, and this is a really great debut album.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, That's another thing as well. You said it makes you want to listen to doom metal, and this is distinctly not doom metal. I think, even if the influence is kind of pervasive,
Well,
there,
yeah,
it's
I mean,
much more shoegaze than doom metal.
yeah, it's shoegazy post metal
Yeah.
or whatever. But yeah, I don't want to say that it's just doom metal, but it does invoke the same emotions
Sure.
as a lot of doom metal, I believe. But yeah, I forgot to pull up my notes. I think the production on here is uniformly fantastic. It does exactly what it should do in service of these songs, which is just make them sound as massive and titanic as possible, but like not so much like it's it's all like a really crisp and clear mix as well. It's not like super sludgy or anything, which is
Yeah.
I think especially coming off of the sort of sludgier, more lo-fi downward is heavenward and you prefer an astronaut is the way to go. It helps the record feel as developed as it sounds in terms of their discography, I think. My only real problem with it is just that I kind of think I feel like some of the songs do go on a little too long, and I kind of want it to arrive at a point a little bit faster, although that's kind of like the antithesis of post metal and post rock
Yeah.
to some extent.
No, I
But
get
I
what you
just don't
mean
know.
though.
Yeah, I just don't think the atmosphere is as developed as it is to justify some of these songs being, 8 or 9 minutes
Yeah.
in some cases. But there are notable exceptions to that, Summoning in particular being one, because that song fucking owns. It's so good. And it earns every minute of its runtime. Pull the album up here. I think Waves is a very solid opener, but after that, with In the Den and Desert Rambler, I feel like the album. What?
Oh, and it's all right. It's just In the Den and Desert Rambler, like two of my favorite songs. But please continue.
Oh, okay. Oh well, I don't dislike them by
No,
any
I
stretch.
understand. I do understand.
They're just not my favorite part of the album. They kind of it's like it starts really strong, dips a little bit, and then it goes even higher than it started. Because I think Step Into You is like a really perfect marriage of like they're sort of like post-hardcore influences and sort of the shoegazy sludge doom metal vibes that they're putting off. Like a lot of the chord phrasing on that song you can hear is taken from sort of emo and post-hardcore.
Totally. Even a bit of their alt rock origins, I think you can kind of feel on that track. Like it's of all the tracks on the record, it's the one that sounds most like You'd Prefer an Astronaut.
Yeah, I agree. Cloud City, Folding, and Shapeshifter are all really solid as well. Although I would agree that Shapeshifter is kind of a bizarre choice for a closer. I honestly think either Folding or Cloud City would have worked better in its place and just move Shapeshifter up a little bit in the track listing. But yeah, overall my thoughts on this are really positive, and I almost feel exactly the same about it as I do about You'd Prefer an Astronaut, which is like this is a really solid core concept that I would have loved to see built on, and I hope they build on in the future. I haven't heard Downward is Heavenward yet. So
it's very much, I think, the meeting point of this record, and You'd Prefer an Astronaut, that one.
Oh, well, that sounds great. But yeah, those are both just two records that have a lot of really strong ideas, and they're just not all the way there yet.
Fair
But
enough.
yeah, I like it.
Fair review. Saoirse, you've already spoken a bit on this record, but you want to speak some more?
Yeah. So there's not a whole bunch I can add. The thing is, I can't really go to track on this because I don't look at the album as a track to track project. It's like it's not like your average album where you listen to it and it's a song and you can get an opinion on the general thing, but it's ultimately a collection of ideas. This is a whole stodgy fudge cake of a record.
Yeah, it's very much like a holistic experience.
You either eat the fudge cake in one go or you leave it in the fridge and it gets stale later. You know what I mean?
I get what you mean.
Yeah. So this I love the sci-fi aesthetic on it, specifically Desert Rambler. On initial listens, I almost felt like on a track-to-track basis, it got a bit repetitive. The guitar lines are often, the lead guitar lines are often phenomenally similar track-to-track, and doing the same things track-to-track as well. As much as I like the fact that it's one big mood piece, I could have done with a bit more variation in that respect. Mm-hmm. That being said, as an hour approximately long experience in shoegaze mixed with more sludgy aesthetics, I dug that. I feel like the inclusion of shoegaze really helped me get into it quickly, because I love a shoegaze aesthetic anyway. That just kind of like heavily fuzzy kind of tone. I really dig, and mixed with a heavier vibe, it was a new one on me, and I appreciate that. I do feel like, though, if you were going to take 20 years out and you're going to have a comeback record, I want a bit more in terms of like a demonstration that you're not here to fuck about, like you're properly back. I want a bit more there. But I agree with Morgan that if one is to take this as a purely debut album, it's more than adequate.
I was just wondering, could you elaborate a little more on what you mean by like sounding like they're not fucking about?
Oh, no. I just mean like this feels like a record you haven't taken a break between. I almost, as a creator, I feel like if I'd have taken 20 years out of a project and we're coming back, I'd like, this feels like a record I like a lot, but there are songs that are just very, very similar to other songs, and I feel like I want a few more ideas here.
Mm-hmm.
But there are plenty of ideas already. I feel like, if this is a debut album, it's more than adequate, but if this is a comeback album, I want a bit more.
I think the obvious comparison here is another band that took, I believe, exactly 22 years between releases, and who instrumentally are clearly very influential on Hum, that of course being My Bloody Valentine, whose third record, MBV, which came 22 years, I believe, after Loveless, I think functions similarly to this record in the sense that it feels as though not very much time has passed. Generally, the band have moved away from pop structures towards longer, more ambitious pieces that utilize repetition and hypnotic qualities more so than their earlier music. The difference for me is that while Loveless was and is clearly My Bloody Valentine's crowning achievement in terms of the way that it fuses their hypnotic shoegaze repetition and like guitar pedal fuckery with more approachable structures. Whereas I think Hum do better when they're a little more untethered, like they are here, a little more off the chain, a little more exploratory. So I guess I'll jump into my review unless you want anything else you want to add,
My favorite.
I'm pretty much done.
My favorite genre of music his guitar pedal fuckery.
Yeah, very much so. And there's plenty of that here. This is comfortably the heaviest Hum album. It's the album where the vocals fit the best too. The band conjure these massive walls of guitar, and their singer's voice, while admittedly understated, lies low to moderately in the mix, audible and clear enough, while still functioning more as a feature than a focal point. And that's another distinction between this record and record like Ocean Machine Biomech, where the vocals are more a focal point than a feature, whereas it's the kind of the opposite here. In this respect, the band are very much closer to the shoegaze fellows like My Bloody Valentine, rather than the post-hardcore or post-metal bands that have a more violent and demanding vocal presence. The My Bloody Valentine influence is especially felt, I think, on the opening track Waves, which has these hugely reverbed melodic riffs that cascade and have very tonally similar qualities to songs off of Loveless and My Bloody Valentine. If you listen to a My Bloody Valentine record and then you listen to Waves, you would be hard-pressed to assume that Waves is a song by a different band. Very similar sonic style. And it's probably to the band's benefit that they don't try and repeat that on other tracks. It's very much the only really there where that influence is really strongly felt. Instrumentally, the band are playing as well as ever, if not better than ever. They sound tighter, they sound larger. The riffs here are titanic, like massive tidal waves that arrive fully formed and loom over you in slow motion. Desert Rambler, for example, is this mammoth 9-minute epic with a driving bass-heavy riff that surges like a tsunami. There's a gorgeous slowcore section during the verse where the vocals shine through atop these gentle, heavily reverbed chords and a pool of ambience. The record's really a marvel of production. The sound is rich and gorgeous, and every reverb snare hit punctuates perfectly, and all the layers, the various layers of affected guitars intermingle beautifully. On tracks like Step Into You, though, I feel, which is the shortest piece here, I feel that the channeling of their sludgy sound into a slightly more alt-rock format doesn't quite land as well for me, if only because it punctuates the more atmospheric, hypnotic qualities of the heavier and longer pieces in a way that's a tiny bit jarring for me. Also, the mixing on this particular song, and only on this particular song, it just isn't quite right, I don't think. It sounds a bit cluttered. The second half of this track, though, introduces these gorgeous and dreamy melodies that add a nice flavor. I don't need to add much to what's already been said about the track The Summoning, which has these fantastic surging riffs that rise and fall in thrilling fashion. I want to shout out the song Cloud City, which has some of the best drumming on the record. There's drumming on this track that becomes propulsive, violent, intense in its final stretch as the song builds to the swelling, breathing beast, a fireball of energy at its climax. My favorite track on the record is Folding. I think it's one of the best tracks that Hum have done. Across the 8 minutes, the band reveals that they still have a penchant for irresistible alt-rock melody in some of the guitar lines here, though they are buried admittedly beneath the record's characteristic bulldozing guitar sound play. In 1995, this would be a 4-minute pop tune with perhaps a bit of a thicker edge, but here it's fully fleshed out into a multi-part progressive piece, complete with another of the record's characteristic gorgeous breakdowns into a clear sea of reverbed, tremoloed guitars, which itself gives way to a stretch of pure drone, a richly thick droning sound which calmly undulates as the track eases to an unsettling finish. Shapeshifter wraps the record up nicely with a swelling sea of surging riffage and beautiful sound play. And I will say that at this point, if the record does have any weakness, it's that it is fairly one note sonically. There is a lot of rich sonic density in the compositions, but the different compositions themselves tend to be fairly similar, as I think some people have already noted. But to me, I feel there is enough variation here to sustain the record and justify the runtime, even if I won't argue that it's a perfect album that couldn't slightly be improved with a few adjustments. But overall, I think it's, I don't know if I would say that it's my favorite Hum record. I do have a real affinity for their 90s stuff and its more direct approach, but I think that it is at least on equal footing with those records for me, and it is a record that has a lot of gorgeous, rewarding sound play that definitely rewards close and repeat listening. So I think it's a really solid record that deserves a shout out.
Yeah,
that's my review.
I see what you mean about
nice.
Shape Into You. Like, it's comfortably one of my favorite songs on the album, but it's also like the most out of place, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's partially what I like so much about it, especially within the context of the album, is it shakes things up around the midway point. But it does feel a little more slapdash, I guess, than the rest of the album.
Yeah, another 8-track shoegaze comeback album that is less instrumentally similar but still comes to mind is Slowdive's 2017 album, which was their first album in, wait for it, 22 years. I think
You
anyway.
already said that.
What?
Yeah,
No,
so I was talking about My Bloody Valentine before, but now I'm talking about Slowdive. And their 2017 self-titled album.
Okay, now I have to look up how long Failure was away.
That's not really similar to this instrumentally, but it is 8 tracks, and I feel that it's a better record because it demonstrates more variety and more complexity in terms of what the band are capable of after that hiatus than maybe this necessarily does for Hum. But I still think that this is a very great album. It will be placing on my year-end list. It will just depend on, I guess, how many places you extend that list to be. It should be on there at some point. It's a very good album, and I would highly recommend it. Even if you've not heard a Hum record at all, I think it's a great intro. And if you enjoy it, then I think you'll likely enjoy elements of their other records as well. But yeah, it's a very good album for me.
Yeah, despite my enthusiasm, I would still highly recommend you at least try this out. It's just that this occupies a, I think, rather tepid middle ground between sounds of my preference, that it really just doesn't hit for me. But I would still, like, if you are even vaguely interested of any of the, Venn diagram crossovers of this record's many sounds, I would still recommend it, because it is, despite what I said, it is a good record, and I would encourage the people to seek it out.
I would just wrap up my thoughts by saying that this is one of those moments where I'm really, really happy that I do this podcast, because this is just a very, very interesting sound and band that we get to talk about that I just wouldn't normally interact with.
Yeah, and that's my hope. Just what I love most about this podcast is we get to all experience that in some way.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I would have never discovered this band if not for Tyler's recommendation, and I would have probably had to wait for Morgan to recommend it to me.
All right, shall we move into our ratings?
Absolutely. Shall we go reverse jams and tea order?
Let's fuck it up. Let's go reverse jams and tea order.
Go on. Let's go.
So
Such wild cards.
My three
wild
favorite
card bitches.
My 3 favorite tracks are Folding, Desert Rambler, and In the Den. My least favorite track is Step Into You, and this record gets a very strong 8.5 from me.
Okay. Let me just get up the track list, because I was inputting something into our collective doc.
Hand.
Right. So, my favorite tracks include Step Into You. Probably either Summoning or Folding, but definitely Waves. And my least favorite track, I don't really have one because they're all very similar and pretty good.
It's fair.
My score is a solid 7.5.
Fantastic.
All right. So, as you may have gathered, my favorite tracks are The Summoning, Step Into You, and Waves. And my least favorite is probably In the Den. But I also don't, I would certainly say it's far from a bad song. It's just the album is too consistent for that, I feel. But yeah, this gets a 7.5 from me as well.
Nice.
Legend moment.
So yeah, 3 favorite tracks for me would have to be Waves, probably Desert Rambler and The Summoning. My least favorite would be probably I'd have to mirror Morgan's sentiment and say In the Den.
I do know.
Boo me all you want. Boo yourself. Boo yourself.
That's fair.
All right. But yeah, I really enjoyed this record.
We were just sitting here.
Yeah, I enjoyed this record. 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
But what do be the score though?
My real score would be an 8 out of 10.
Oh my, an 8 from August.
Damn, son.
Hallelujah.
Praise the Lord.
Jeebus.
I was thank you.
Carry on.
I was just saying to our mutual friend Spencer yesterday that I tend to enjoy critics the most when they're the more reticent to give positive scores, because it makes a positive score a little bit more meaningful, and so I enjoy that element of August's, shall we say, pickiness is not the right word because it has a negative connotation.
Positive scores for negative people.
Selectivity is a good thing, I think.
Well, I think, as long as you understand the scale in which the critic is operating,
definitely
what scores kind of relate to what you would score, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
100%.
I guess that leaves me.
Yep.
Indeed.
And I would say my favorite tracks are The Summoning, probably Desert Rambler, and Cloud City. Least favorite, it's really more to how the track is sequenced, but I'll probably go with Shapeshifter. Not that it's a bad song, I just think it probably shouldn't be the closer.
Yeah.
And
I'll give
the album a solid 6.5.
All right.
Ooh.
Very good.
So that's a 7.6 average, which is pretty good.
I'll take
For
it.
us, yeah.
All right, let's get our boy in
7.6 best
here.
new music. All right.
Yeah.
We will be. Okay, so next up on the episode, we are going to talk about this week's recommended record, which I happened to recommend. It is Liturgy's third, I believe, album, The Ark Work. So Liturgy are an experimental / avant-garde / in their own words, transcendental black metal band. I won't give too much context to this record because we have a special guest with us to talk about this record, a person who cares very deeply for the record and has a very long and colourful relationship with it, Zach, who you by now will have noticed, appearing alongside us.
Friend of the podcast.
Friend of the podcast. Basically unofficial sixth member, because you're the one other person who's closest to us in terms of enthusiasm for this kind of music.
You're also the only person outside of the podcast that watches it.
Yeah.
That helps.
Listen,
very
when you guys
much.
blow up, that just means I'll have the indie cred of having been there from the very beginning.
This is so true.
So sweet.
Yes. So anyway, yeah, pretty much that's it. I will hand over to Zach now to introduce the record and briefly give an overview of his feelings.
Hey everybody. Yeah, so it's really, really cool to be here. Of course, I know all of the members of the podcast. We're all pretty close, and I've enjoyed talking with music with all these fine people that are hosting this program. In particular, I know that Tyler and I months and months ago kind of had our initial discussions about liturgy and things like that, and I know that I kind of burdened him with my own enthusiasm, which I think kind of pushed him to like explore. And this record, The Ark Work, is kind of, it has a polarizing reputation and really a polarizing effect on a lot of people that listen to it, including people that I know that really love it, including myself. Because it's a little strange. I would almost characterize it as the band's Saint Anger, which is a pretty onerous sort of thing to compare it to.
I'd say it's more like their Lulu, but
it is. Yeah, I think it's kind of right in the middle of those two comparisons. And the reason for that is because the Ark Work, as a record, Liturgy has always been a little bit experimental, but on this particular record, they're writing metal songs, but not using traditional metal instrumentation, and it's got a very idiosyncratic flavor all the way down the line, and it's an album that takes a little bit of getting used to, which maybe it's useful to like characterize my affinity for this by really saying that my taste in music is defined a lot of times by things that I find interesting, as opposed to things that I find to be, excellent. If we make a quick hop over to something like Radiohead, OK Computer is basically a flawless album, but it's never been my favorite Radiohead album. Another comparison I might make is to like Animal Collective, Merriweather Post Pavilion, excellent pop record, and I prefer Centipede Hurts because, I don't know, I'm contrarian, or because I like things with interesting textures or flavors or things that are challenging for me to listen to. And I think when this record first came out, all the way back in 2015, I was already a big fan of both Renihilation and Aesthetica. And I remember kind of hearing a lot of negative buzz about it and being almost apprehensive to visit it. And I certainly have had a trajectory with this one. I'll say that. I've spent a lot of time with it. And regardless of how, this conversation goes and how everybody on the podcast or anybody listening feels about it, it's just an album that I think is rewarding to revisit, to let it have, no pun intended, an arc. Even if there are things about it that put you off, like to give them a chance and to see if the things that you don't like grow on you, or if the record as a whole grows on you. Because I know a lot of people with that trajectory. So with that in mind, yeah, it's an album that I have a lot of passion for, and I think is really fun. And it's fun to see people's initial reactions because it is such an odd album. And it can be a little off-putting, and it can give you like a lot of like dramatic reactions, both in the positive and the negative. So personally, I'm really excited to hear what you guys all thought of it, because some of you are listening to it for the first time. So I'm super excited for that feedback.
Cool. Well, I think I'll go first, just to bookend Zach's inevitable breakdown of this record, because I have quite a lot to say. Maybe emotional, but I was meaning more like intellectual. I have a lot to say about this record, as I mentioned off the podcast earlier. This is of all the records we've recorded on the main part of our podcast, and not the B-sides, this is the one I've written the most about in preparation for this. So I'll launch into it. I would be remiss if I didn't bring this up, but a review I read online called this album, quote, "the Autechre of metal," unquote.
Cuphead is the Dark Souls of 2D side scrollers.
In the words of this writer,
quote, do words mean anything?
Quote, "the sounds are dense, complex, obtuse, yet still very repetitive. Autechre is known for their ability to take very repetitive sounding ideas and turn them into lush and beautiful or chaotic and volatile songs, capable of transcending the idea of genre and allowing the music to be interpreted as just that, music," unquote. While I think that this comparison is a bit of a stretch, since the compositions of Autechre are often deliberately eschew repetition as they utilize it, the underlying philosophical idea of an attempt to transcend genre and create something musically malleable, constantly active, a living, breathing creature in a metaphorical but tangible sense, is as true here as it is for Autechre. The Ark Work is a demanding but rewarding album, flipping the script entirely on the notion of what liturgy is or has to be as a project or as an idea or as a musical philosophy. Last week, when I introduced this recommendation, I urged you all to make sure this was not your first liturgy record, or your last, alternatively, that you sought out at least one of their other projects. And the reason for this is that I think to appreciate what Liturgy and Hunter are trying to do here, you have to appreciate exactly what it is that they are subverting. What sonic sound kit they had established, and thus what was shifting, changing, and evolving here. This is a distinctly electronic record. The use of some MIDI instrumentation intermingled with melodic, distinctly synthetic sounding guitar tones give the music an alien feel. Note especially those guitar tones and how they differ from traditional black metal tones in a lot of places, or at least the tones of other liturgy projects. Here they sound muddy, squelchy, almost buried, as if Hunter is layering effects or post-production trickery to make her guitar sound less like a guitar. This particular sonic decision functions as a double-edged sword for me. The tones are not especially pleasant to listen to, and a lot of the time I'm begging for something that sounds cleaner and crisper. I feel as though the synthetic aspect to the tones here could have been achieved while still making them sound cleaner and more kind of crisper, I suppose, which is what I already said. But that said, I feel that we would also be remiss not to recognize, in terms of the instrumentation of this record, the fucking incredible contributions of drummer Greg Fox, arguably one of the most talented, flexible, and engrossing drummers in all of modern metal, who here, as well as in experimental rock band Z's and Colin Stetson's prog metal side project XI, absolutely hammers delicious fills and propulsive hits like his life depended on it. In many ways, instrumentally, even though it's not the focal point of the record in terms of what is most interesting to dissect about it, I do feel that the drumming here is one of the most immediately grabbing aspects of it and the most tangibly, objectively brilliant parts of the record. The drumming is just sensational.
I want to jump in there.
Yeah, please.
So one of the things in my initial reaction to this album, when I first heard it, my favorite liturgy record at that time, there were only two, was Aesthetica. And the drumming on Aesthetica is propulsive, and it is a highlight. As you said, like it's the percussion on the Ark Work is very much like toned back from what it had been on their previous records. But this is an album that we're probably going to make a lot of comparisons for, or at least I am. I don't know if there are any Health fans in the chat, but it reminds me of Health Death Magic, an album where they began to incorporate a lot of drum machines in addition to a lot of live percussion. And that kind of combination of sound is really, like, I think at the core of what the Ark Work is, where you have this really alive kind of vibrant drumming in addition to the more synthetic sounds. And that combination is a really interesting thing, and it creates a really interesting stylistic tension, in my opinion.
Totally, I would agree with that 100%. So the rest of my thoughts are more structured into a track by track breakdown. So I'll launch into that. The record opens ceremoniously with the arcane horns of fanfare, sort of declarative statement that we're in new territory with the band. The horns are immediately noticeable as MIDI. They have a glitchy staccato quality that makes them kind of unsettling, almost off-putting, but they also have at the same time this kind of pompous, serene beauty to them. Immediately following this, the track Follow introduces that muddy, glitchy, almost elastic feeling production. The tremolo guitars of black metal are back, and the playing style is not dissimilar to parts of that of Aesthetica, but everything feels unreal, plastic, stretched, contorted, a kind of caricature of black metal in a sense, with crowd noise samples distorted, clipped, and layered atop parts of the track. Hunter herself is no longer screaming like she does on their previous records, but crooning in these kind of earthy baritone coos, as if beckoning the listener into some kind of cursed tribal ritual. In many ways, this is the production of the record at its most overbearing on this song. because it is the track that applies this new sonic style most directly to the familiar elements of black metal. And I guess in a lot of ways, this is maybe the one track where the record like doesn't really work for me because of that. It's just a little bit too overwhelming in a sense. Kel Valhall follows, and it brings back those MIDI horns with a vengeance. They plug along relentlessly in this track, a complex but blaring one-note progression, beneath which these strange, contorted digital tones that sound like processed bagpipes whine and stretch. Occasionally, the track will glitch out to disorient the listener even further. The feeling at this point of the record is as though you're being transported, slowly ascending into some bright realm of cyber chaos. At the midpoint of the track, this low, growling electric bass layers on top as Hunter begins chanting, continuing the tribalistic element of the previous track. And I really like the way that this track crests at its climax, the repetition acquiring a hypnotic quality here, as it does on many tracks by Liturgy in general. I think the record, though, takes a considerable step up on the next song, Follow 2, which opens with an extended gorgeous stretch of ambience, which eventually fills out and builds with stretching horns and weird tape loop effects into something massive and chilling at the 3-minute mark when Greg Fox's drumming comes in. Once again, the production here is subdued, pressing everything down into a buried homogeny and highlighting the atmospherics and ambience above all else, as though the rhythm section is fighting tooth and claw to break through some elastic ceiling. Eventually, 4 minutes into the song, they do break through, and the track opens up in breathtaking fashion. The song ends in a frenzy of glitches, and honestly, I just adore that shit. It sounds like fucking honey to my ears. And basically, as this track concludes, it basically kind of feels like the first arc of the record has ended, and something new begins with Quetzalcoatl, the next song, which is one of the most immediate and hard-hitting tracks on the record. It begins with a propulsive digitized beat and features some of Hunter's most, shall we say, challenging monotone croons. At this point, the vocal style of the record will either be something you can get on board with or something that you will find totally unbearable. For me, I'm not a fan of this particular mood, but I enjoy the way that Hunter mixes up her flow and delivery throughout the record, and its purpose seems to be to highlight this tribal, hypnotic feel. And in that sense, it does its job. The real star of the show in this track, though, is the interplay between the surging melodic guitars and Fox's explosive, fiery drumming. It sounds like pure bedlam, a world on fire and collapsing. I fucking love the lurching, bass-heavy riffs of Father Verizon. This is probably the most riff-heavy track here, the closest thing to conventional metal maybe, and one of the places where the band's hypnotic, plodding repetition is best implemented. Hunter's vocals sound a little more palatable here than the last track too, even as she croons that titular phrase countless times. We're then followed with a gorgeous Baroque-feeling instrumental with a distinctly alien, haunting, synthetic quality, and I'm talking about the song Halogen. This is like being transported to the 15th and 25th centuries at the same time. And I like the way that there's an abrupt transition, but it also kind of feels seamless as well between this song and the next track, the record's kind of centerpiece / climax, Rain Array. And it almost feels as though Halogen is like an intro to that track, and in total they're one big kind of 15-minute piece. Rain Array is by far the standout of the record, I think, where the absolutely insane drumming and the truly, I'll say it, transcendent melodic playing, those relentless tremolos, truly coheres into something massive and impressive as a standalone piece. The melodies Hunter introduces a minute in are just thrilling and genuinely spine-tingling for me. And then there's the absolutely immense moment, 3.5 minutes in, where Fox's drumming is at its most ferocious, and the song skyrockets into a section of overwhelming bliss, continually pushing and clawing and fighting forward. Eventually, Where am I? Eventually, 6 minutes in, the song appears to crest upon these gorgeous, sunny, melodic peaks before lurching forward from them to go even further into a protracted, ecstatic, extended climax. If not for God of Love on HAQQ, this would be the band's best track, in my opinion. That the record continues for 10 minutes following its inarguable climax is certainly a bone of contention for some, I'll predict. But let's talk about the songs themselves. Vitriol, I fucking love this song, man.
Banger.
Vitriol is straight out of the Liars playbook. And Zach and I have already talked about this at length.
And tweeted about it today.
Yeah,
Exactly right.
The vocals,
I'm gonna go in on this fucking song.
And so am I. The vocals on this song would fit right at home on Drums Not Dead or Sister World, two fantastic records by Liars, the experimental rock group. And the synthetic beats and pads on this song are reminiscent of the later Liars records, Wish You and Mess as well, particularly Wish You. There's a harsh buzz to the beats here that reminds me particularly of the Liars song Brats. And to draw another reference point, the synthetic drum sound that Death Grips employs on their album No Love Deep Web, I think, is also a point of influence here too.
Incidentally, my favorite Death Grips record.
Understandable.
That's not shocking to me at all.
Yeah, no. I enjoy the way...
I'm a very consistent person.
Yeah. I enjoy the way that this track takes the tribal elements from earlier in the record to a purely electronic mode, eschewing the tremoloed guitars and conventional rhythmic instrumentation entirely. That said, though, in the final track, Total War, Hunter brings back those familiar guitars for a fitting epilogue in which they kind of brush against crashing drums, both real and synthetic, intermingling in disorienting fashion. Ultimately, the record, I never used to feel that this was a cohesive record, and I still feel that some of the production decisions from me falter a little bit early in the album, but I have come to appreciate the suite-like feel of this album, the real progression that it has, the real core structure that it has, that every track is where it needs to be and is building upon the last, until you get to that climax of Rain Array, and then you have these kind of two extended epilogue tracks after that. I think the record is a marvel. I don't think it's a Liturgy's best record. I don't even know that I prefer it to Aesthetica or HAQQ, but I think that it is a distinctly unique album. I think it's a fascinating record. I think perhaps more than those two records, this is one that really rewards repeat listening. I will admit I haven't dug too much into the topic matter here. I mean, that's true for me in any Liturgy record, really. I find Hunter's philosophy to be a little too esoteric, or at least I've watched a couple of the videos on her YouTube channel where she tries to explain it, and I have like philosophy major friends, and I still can't get some of the stuff they're talking about when they like talk about like Kant and Hegel and whatever, and it all sounds the same to me, honestly. But I thoroughly believe that there is a core concept that Hunter is exploring here. But I mean, it's a testament to the record that musically I find it compelling enough in its own right. Just a very good album. I think not a perfect one, not quite a great one, although close, but a very good album that I think offers a lot of interesting talking points in terms of what the sonic possibilities are of the different genres that this is pulling from. And yeah, that's why I recommended it, basically. And I'm now curious to hear what other people have to say. So, yeah. Anyone else want to jump in?
I'll do it.
Go for it, Jake.
So I took notes as I was listening to it, so you can sort of hear the tone of my opinion slowly morph. My first note is in all caps, and it's MIDI horns all over the goddamn place.
Cohen confirmed.
Hey, maybe that is what leads me to... I would say, for listening to Tyler's opinion, overall, my thoughts, not really all that different. Again, I agree with Tyler on something. But
we are shocked.
Yeah, truly. But said Follow 2 kind of slaps, I won't lie. because I just sort of went into this album just knowing it was kind of maligned, just because like its reviews and stuff were all over the goddamn place, and I was just like, okay, time to go into this. And like it was my first liturgy record, but I made sure it wasn't my last, because I listened to HAQQ, I listened to Aesthetica, and were those the only two? Yeah, I listened to all three of those. And afterwards, I would say I am now a full-fledged liturgy fan now. But I do say I've found here that Kel Valhall is a fucking mess. That like, part of me, it'll become more apparent, and my thoughts will become more clear, especially the part where I'm not like fully on board with the record yet, later down the line. But
we just got some serious thunder on our end.
Oh wow.
If I can jump in, the thing about Kel Valhall that's kind of interesting to me is that its sequence within the record, it is a mess. I agree. As somebody that loves this album, I am super open to kind of trashing the parts of it that I don't like. Although I like this song, and one of the reasons for that is because it's the first point on the record where you get a reprieve from how aggressively idiosyncratic the production is. It's the first track that has like sincere vocal performance on it. And it's just, that's something that this record does a lot. And it almost reminds me of post-rock records or like a Swans album or something like that. It doesn't sound anything like Swans.
I have that in my notes later.
Just the way that it kind of builds and then relieves. It builds and then it relieves. And that's, Kel Valhall's the first one of those. Yep.
I feel like it's very, like it uses its repetition, I think, in a very similar way. And I feel, well, again, it'll make more sense, but at first, at this point, I'd like to put a caveat on this. I said less compressed drums would help this a lot, but I want to put an asterisk in that. And my next is that it's mixed like swamp ass, which I don't know what that means.
You're so right, though.
But I
would jump in and defend the mixing. The production, I agree, is very thin, and some of the guitar tones, as Tyler very detailed breakdown on what this album sounds like and the way that it makes you feel.
Yeah.
The mix is intentional, in my opinion. The production feels a bit like a missed opportunity to really have the bass of those drums hitting, to really have those guitar tones like soaring and hearing like a wide variety of tones. But the specific mixing of this album, I wouldn't call it a strength, but it's like a hurdle that you have to kind of get over in order to appreciate the album. And doing that is what unlocks a lot of the other idiosyncratic choices that Hunter and crew are, making on this record. And I think that's such the value of it, is that it's so confrontational. It's such a, I hate to keep calling it a challenging album, like it's a calculus class or something, because it's not that complicated. But at the same time,
right. But
when you listen to Renihilation or HAQQ in particular, those are immediate albums. From the first listen, you know more or less exactly how you're going to feel about it forever. Not to say that they're not detailed or that you can't get into the weeds with them. HAQQ is my favorite liturgy record, but
as is mine.
But it's right. It's very immediate. Whereas as this is very like, you have to dig, you have to really work for it to get there. And it's just it's a process that I find to be really engaging personally.
No, I in many ways I agree. And in fact, I kind of, my notes have a bit of an arc to them in a way. I sort of say
everybody take a shot whenever someone says arc.
I'm already drunk, man. I can't I can't do that. But I did say that like I genuinely think that I'd fully be able to appreciate this if the production on the songs was better, because sometimes it swirls into this really interesting singular sounds, but other times it feels a bit gray and a bit colorless. And I feel like the artificiality of the album is not an inherent weakness. It's really the lack of impact that some of the production choices have that really hold it back for me. That's like the only real substantial flaw that I find myself having with it as I have developed my thoughts. I'd say that I think Quetzalcoatl is a really good track. I think it's a really immediate track. I have something interesting here. I say the vocals feel really pushed to the back of the mix, but come to think of it, the whole album sounds like it's in the back of the mix, which I think goes back to what Zach sort of said earlier.
I want to just point out real quick is that like there are definitely like memorable moments where the mix feels like that, but it's inconsistent mixing as well, because I would argue that a song like Rain Array is mixed beautifully, like really clearly.
In terms of that build and release structure, it's important that there are songs that are immediate, like Quetzalcoatl, and mixed with, you know, kind of technical brilliance in a traditional sense, like Rain Array. They give you a kind of respite from a song like Follow, which is produced in such an aggressively off-putting kind of way, so that you build to these moments like Rain Array, and instead of listening to it and going, oh, you know, this is a great song, it's a sensation of getting to that point, like there's been a weight, and then all of a sudden the weight is released, and that's, you know, a unique way to build a metal record that not many other people are even capable of putting together.
I would not be surprised if that intentional mixing decision relates in some aspect to this idea of you know, clawing toward transcendence.
So Tyler, I'll ask you, have you listened to the side project Kel Valhall?
I have
by
not.
Hunter Hunt? It's a purely electronic side project. I don't necessarily recommend it unless you really appreciate what the artwork is going for, because it is, if you really enjoy Follow 2, there's a good chance that you'll enjoy that record. I find it to be a little inconsistent, even though it's only 6 tracks and about 30 minutes long. But when you listen to that, the philosophy of how this record is not the transcendental Hunter Hunt Hendrix philosophy, but like the specific structural, like this is how we made this album philosophy, really comes into view. You can tell that it's absolutely about sequencing, about how things kind of feel to you. The two projects fit together. That one I find to be even a little bit too flawed, and I don't revisit it very often, but it's an interesting thing to like kind of look into if you're interested in the way that Hendrix kind of creates and her voice within the scene.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting, there's a viscerality to this album that like I want to build off of and say that like it's much more how like I feel like there's a filter we process music through when we listen to music, that we sort of like channel it through all these things like genre and convention and structure. And I feel like if you just sort of push that stuff away and just let the music affect you on the most base primal level, it's a lot easier to engage with. And on that point, I have the note that says, you know, for as weird and flawed as this is, I don't really understand the huge divisiveness on it, because I think that when going into a record like this, I braced myself, and this brand of interesting, swirling, chaotic mess was basically the brand of mess that I more or less anticipated. It just didn't really feel like it warranted, like, especially after I visited HAQQ and Aesthetica, it just sort of feels like I won't even say a natural progression of their sound, but it feels like a necessary progression of their sound in order to sort of fine tune it like they did on HAQQ. And I say the guitar lines on Father Verizon fucking rip, and the whole song fucking rips.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that the record has definite Swans vibes. It's not as immaculately built up, but occasionally it really does hit its stride, like on records like To Be Kind or The Glowing Man.
So few records are ever as immaculate as a Swans album. So to even feel the comparison of that, you know, magnitude to me, really speaks volumes to the creativity of this particular project. And I say that as a gigantic Swans nerd that just absolutely loves everything that they've ever done. So take that as you will. There may be a little bit of bias there, but
the bias might be present with me too, because I am also a tremendous Swans fans, and I prefer their longer, more challenging records, just because I really love those highs that you get to, that you occasionally do get on albums like this. And I think it was at this point where I sort of unlocked how I felt about the album. And, well, first I said, I kind of like this
a bit more in theory than I do in practice, even if I still do like it in practice. And I say that because, okay, this is the longest note I have. So, okay, so black metal and extreme metal, and which I am a fan of, just sort of like all kinds of it, pure black metal, like variations of black metal, all kinds of shit. It's always been an insular genre. And while I totally get people thinking that this is like pretentious trash, especially with how Hunter Hendricks kind of talks about transcendental black metal and everything, but I feel like this is sort of necessary to keep this branch of this new genre into achieving its own identity, that it kind of, it's this out there, like mixed strangely, whacked out, and it has like, and I'm not implying that it has like a lot of depth or anything. I think it's mostly, aesthetic, but it is sort of trailblazing, this record specifically, this very, very, very niche aesthetic that old black metal bands mixed their records like total dog shit, and that everything was super extreme and frightening so that community and genre could be as focused and out there and as insular as humanly possible. And this feels like the digital age's answer to that in a lot of ways. And this album feels like it's weeding out the weaklings, so to speak.
But it's also like a commentary on that as well, right? Like,
yeah,
like that purposeful. Like I just had like a bit of a revelation sitting here thinking about what Jack said, about what Zach said about the
Zach.
About the tension and release
person.
In terms of the production here, in terms of the going from the suffocating aspect of tracks like Follow and Kel Valhall to the more kind of atmospheric and living breathing qualities of tracks like Father Verizon and Rain Array. Like it's very much like, you know, I'm starting to really get now on like a proper intellectual level why those decisions were made, I think.
No, I completely agree with that. And even still, like, even when the record is at its weakest, I have that there's a bravura and confidence that I really like, even if it doesn't always, like, emphatically land as well as it maybe should. And at the time, again, this was the only Liturgy record I'd heard. So I wrote, I'll check out HAQQ after this to elaborate further, but I feel like this record might be paving the way for something more definite and focused and laying the groundwork, which, after I listened to HAQQ, is absolutely what I... Yes, it is
but
precisely what I ended up thinking.
This works more strongly as a direct subversion of Aesthetica as well. Like, that's why I wanted people to listen to Liturgy beforehand, because I think that, yes, HAQQ works as a follow-up to this, as like a new direction or whatever, but this specifically, what I really appreciated about this was how subversive it was in the context of Liturgy to that point.
Upon re-listen, that was really made well aware to me, I think.
I think one thing that I would add to this is that it's an interesting progression, because it's not a 1, 2, 3 progression where they go from Aesthetica to the Ark Work to Hack in such a way as they're building. When and I just called it Hack instead of HAQQ.
I do too occasionally. It's fine.
Yeah, I was going to call it Hack.
Hackaka.
Whenever I got around to
Quokwa. When that record first came out, it was immediately really great. I enjoyed it. As I said, that's a really immediate record where your initial impressions are kind of going to be your final impressions to some extent. Yep. But I had an expectation, especially based on the Kel Valhall side project, that what HAQQ might be is the Ark Work 2.0, which it definitively is not.
No.
It's much closer, in fact, to Aesthetica 2.0.
Yes.
Or Renihilation 2.0.
Yep.
It's actually really tying back into those old concepts, but what's interesting is how many things the Ark Work kind of helped the band figure out along the way.
Yeah.
And in a way that sort of makes the Ark Work either the most essential Liturgy album or the least essential Liturgy album, just depending on how much progression and things like that are interesting to you. Because you can really go from Aesthetica to HAQQ, get all the good stuff that happens in the Ark Work, and move on with your life. But to me, the fact that it's not the Ark Work 2.0 kind of dials back and makes it such an interesting and unique expression within the catalog of a band that's defined by unique expression. And to me, that's really special. Like, that's irreplaceable. And it's almost kind of cool that there's really nothing else in music that I've ever heard that's quite like it.
Yeah, I agree.
No, I think, and in
it
many
almost,
ways,
in some ways, sorry, I was going to say, it reminds me of the relationship between the 3 Sufjan Stevens albums released between 2005 and 2015.
Yeah.
Because you have
That's
Illinois,
a good point.
which directly connects to the way that Carrie and Lowell sounds. And in the middle, you have a really experimental electronic project, which helps him kind of define some of the musical aspects of Carrie and Lowell, even though it feels like it's a direct building off of kind of the composition and stylistic choices being made on Illinois. There's just kind of like, it's not 1, 2, 3, it's one, and then way off to the side, working in all sorts of new things. And then a project that feels like it follows up the first one while taking everything good about the more experimental project.
Yeah. I
wow,
love
that is a
comparison.
very similar arc, honestly. Like, I didn't even, like,
2015 was the year of Carrie and Lowell and the Ark Work for me, so there's some sort of weird psychic imprint that the two have left upon me that lead to these galaxy brain type discography takes.
Trust me, I've got plenty of my own of those, I'm sure.
When it's 3 a.m. and you're stoned and you're listening to Follow 2 or you're looking up at the ceiling and you're like, man,
bro,
this is
just like
greatest.
Sufjan Stevens.
Okay,
Reminds me so much
shall
of
we,
Impossible Soul.
let's keep moving then, shall we?
Yeah. I say, but here's the thing about HAQQ is that the only thing about that record that disappointed me is that I kind of wanted more of the Ark Work to be in it. I wanted it to be a little less focused than it was, just because I enjoyed the avenues that the Ark Work took. It's just that they didn't feel fully fleshed out, which is why I say I feel like other types of extreme metal in the past sort of focused themselves into a corner. They pushed themselves into being so abrasive that they all just became different flavors of the same thing. Whereas this brand of digital avant metal sort of sounds like it's trying to branch out instead and become more diverse rather than pigeonholing itself. It leads to being unfocused, but still remarkably compelling. It's got the throw everything at the wall and see what sticks approach. And if you are a longtime listener of the show, or if you know what my opinions on art are, you'll know that I take to that approach in pretty much fucking anything. And I feel like there's also a weird collision of ancient and modern in Liturgy's work as a whole that makes this feel weirdly timeless. There's a brightness to their music, and there's, like, specifically on something like Rain Array, which feels like a collision of digital sounds expressing a physical, like, idea, and it weirdly collides in a way that I think is very, very interesting sounding, even if it doesn't always, like, totally work. I also say that the lyrics to pretty much every song are fucking bonkers. They're incredibly vivid and occasionally terrifying nonsense. And as a Mars Volta fan, I can fuck with that. And I said this comparison might be weird, my brand, but this metal and normal black metal is like the contrast between how people normally view biblical angels and how they're actually described in biblical text. There's sort of a traditional and more stereotypical idea of angels, and then there is the fucking insane, surreal, mind-meltingly weird depictions of angels that are actually in
the
biblical
album
text.
cover,
I love those.
Right to the album cover.
Yes, exactly what made me think of that. And like, this album, for all of my scattered praise, it is a bit too much, but this is very much the point. And it is so dense, it simultaneously becomes difficult to come back to on multiple listens, but it makes the highlights and buildups and crescendos the band keeps hitting, they always remain awesome. For example, the end of Rain Array. And I kind of wish Rain Array ended the record, but the fact that it goes on too long is kind of fitting in a weird way. And that being said, I really like the dissonant harmonizing on the weird kind of vitriol, and Hunter is rapping. Okay, sure, this feels right somehow, and that just sort of closes off my thoughts on the record as being this like amorphous, unfocused, thoroughly compelling piece of work that I found strangely enjoyable to come back to, and I found myself really liking it, even if I do find myself preferring HAQQ and Aesthetica for their focus and for their more tight structure. The thing is that like, now that I have familiarized myself with their records, what I really want from the band moving forward is I want a return to the Ark Works, throw everything at the board and see what sticks approach, but with the aesthetic refinement of HAQQ, because then I feel like the band will finally craft their perfect record for me that will like land me and absolutely keep me there as a diehard fan of the band.
What you just described is their hypothetical masterpiece, and,
Yes.
and as a fan, that's the record I'm waiting for as well.
I'm wanting it.
Okay,
I'm fucking wanting it, and I
how
love
about-
HAQQ.
Yeah. For a point of contrast, I would like to hear from Morgan next.
Me too.
All right.
Oh, I'm so ready.
Let's do it.
As I am the
fellas.
meeting point between Tyler and Morgan, I knew this was going to like Tyler would be the positive side of my opinion, and Morgan would more than likely be the negative.
All right, so I will say at the outset that my opinions are not exclusively negative. Interestingly enough, I find myself preferring and even liking the more directly electronic parts of the album. I think, well, MIDI horns aside, like
Oh, and confirmed.
This is character development.
what's it called?
This is character development within the same episode.
Halogen.
Oh,
Halogen. I like that one. It sounds like Final Fantasy music, and I dig it.
Yeah, it does. It sounds like Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah, and a lot of the tracks on here kind of start that way, and then go into the main idea of the song. And I think I want to call it Father Verizon, but that's a phone
Just say
company.
it. Do it. Do it.
say it in Hunter's
Father
voice.
Father
Verizon.
Father Verizon.
I think that is a pretty solid black metal track.
Banger.
Pretty good. I had one more written down that I think Follow 2 is half of a great song. That half being the more electronic rather, less black metal but black metal-esque sound that follows in the rest of that track in parts of it. That said, this album sounds like a tire fire. And, like we all know that. That's not news. I was told that going in, and I really tried. I wanted nothing more than to sit down here and defy everyone's expectations, but I cannot, for the life of me, move past the fact that this album sounds like dog shit. It's nasty, and I hate it. Why MIDI horns? There's so many. Just get a horn section and play staccato. It would have been the same thing, but better.
Yeah, but I think like the point is to create something that feels synthetic, that feels uncomfortable, that feels genuinely jarring.
And that's gonna be the reaction of so many people, that the intention doesn't move you.
I know that we are critical of people who say like bad art is interesting because it's bad, and that's not what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to say there are particular aesthetic decisions that I'm coming to realize within this episode now that Hunter makes purposefully to jar and off-put the listener, so that at other parts of the record can hit more impactfully. And I appreciate that contrast and the way that the record challenges you in that regard. It's like a riddle.
I fucking hate it. So
if I can make a quick comparison, this is going to be a very lateral thing, and Jake and Morgan, you two are really the two that are going to understand it the best. The relationship between, let me ask you, Morgan, how do you feel about Aesthetica? I wasn't there for this part of it.
I have not heard another Liturgy album.
Okay,
you
enough.
Listen to another one.
I got through like about half of HAQQ, but I got mad busy towards the end of the week. And I just
so based on the other things that you've heard from them, are you into it? Are you not into it? I guess that's my only real question.
I like everything I heard on HAQQ.
Okay. So the relationship to me between specifically Aesthetica in this album, I equated it to Sufjan Stevens earlier. Here's a more sideways comparison. It reminds me of the relationship between The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask, where it is not only an inversion but a perversion that makes creative choices that are specifically challenging. It's not the auteur theory of it's intentionally bad, but it's intentionally difficult. When you play Majora's Mask, that's a game where the cycle of that game is very repetitive and in theory is almost kind of bad, right? If you've never played a game like that before, if that's your first Zelda game, you show up and you're like, what is this time travel mechanic? Why is this
the first
game
2
so
hours of Majora's
difficult?
Mask are in theory a terrible game.
And so it's within the relationship between the two where you begin to find value, which I think is part of Tyler's thing, that you should listen to more than one Liturgy record. And I also think it's in that challenge where the value lies, because there is an emergent property of working through a tire fire in order to get to what this album really inarguably does well. Like the best tracks of it, you have to kind of wade through the noxious burning rubber, and in that process, I don't know if you get stoned off of the fumes and lose it and just develop Stockholm syndrome, or if there's truly value. And I've sort of lost
brain damage
far too many times, but there is, it's so strange. Anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
no,
that relationship to me is an interesting one.
Yeah, and Majora's Mask 100% works for me.
I'm so glad you're here, Zach.
And but that's also, I think particularly with video games and movies and books, I'm more open to sort of abstract ideas and purely like what's the word I'm looking
for? What if we just tried some stuff?
Yeah, but so I think that's why like Majora's Mask really works for me, is because there's a sort of step back that you take in appreciation for it. I think it's just easier for me to get on with more conceptual books and movies and video games than it is like purely conceptual albums. And this album feels very conceptual to me in the way that it plays with understanding of black metal tropes and places in the discography. And that said, I like a lot of ugly sounding music. I like the first 4 Dark Throne albums.
What a great band.
Oh, so good.
Morgan does tend to prefer more straight varieties of black metal, and I tend to prefer things that are like infused with something else.
Well, and just to harken back, if this is Majora's Mask in terms of its trope inversion, it's kind of Ico or Shadow of the Colossus in terms of its mechanics.
Yeah.
So it's playing with the inversions while also having really bad horse riding mechanics and really bad platforming mechanics. And it's like, so
and again, like
really challenging you, it's also very frustrating in some respects.
And Silent Hill 2 type beat.
Well,
again, and that's a great comparison.
It's purely like with the interactive nature of video games makes that conceptual those conceptual ideas sort of, I can like get on board with them more. I just kind of understand them more. But with this, it's like you can make an ugly sounding record that is still like listenable. I get like not listenable. That's a bad way to say it. You can make an ugly sounding record that doesn't sound like it was made for $2. You know, there's no way to make MIDI horns sound good. I'm sorry, it just sounds cheap.
Yeah, but again, I think we're circling back to missing the point a little bit. Is that yes, it sounds cheap, but that is the intention.
Okay, that's the intention. I've been saying this whole time that I hate the intention.
Right. Well, that's fair. That's fair. That's a fair point.
Can I circle to what Morgan is saying and say that I do agree with him on some level that I think the Ark work could do what it is, in my opinion, it is actively accomplishing, but could accomplish it and squarely move it towards Morgan's area of appeal. I feel like it could do what it is doing without sacrificing some level of appeal. I feel like that is that ultimate liturgy record that we were, that hypothetical thing we were talking about. I think there is a final form of this album that does not exist.
But ultimately, I think, though, that if, for example, the MIDI horns were replaced with live horns and utilized in the same way, it would be a weaker record because it would be sacrificing conceptually what Hunter appears to be going for. So it was my kind of what I meant to say in my rebuttal to Morgan was that like definitely understand the notion of like live instrumentation sounding better and wanting to listen to that, but that in terms of like approaching what you want from a record versus like what a record needs to do to serve itself, and ultimately this is just not a record that's for Morgan, and that's fine.
So yeah, no, at the end of the day, we've, especially with the people that like this record in here, we've been talking about it in like really conceptual, boundaries, or not boundaries so much, but like
terms.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. I rarely, if ever, engage with music on that level. So like I'm bound to dislike this from the start. And
You're also a tremendous guitar nerd, and this is an album that is trying to eschew almost every single usage of a guitar and make it sound not like a guitar at all.
Thin and bad.
In that way, it sort of reminds me, I don't know if you've ever listened to Preoccupations, formerly known as Viet Cong, formerly known as Women. But as that band progressed, they went from being very noise pop and noise rock oriented to being much more of like almost a goth rock post-punk project where they basically processed the living shit out of their percussion and their guitars to make them. They didn't use MIDI guitars or synthetic instruments, but they processed them to make them sound that way.
Yeah.
And that's a similar, I imagine that you would hate it. And that's a tease towards where I'm going to go with my actual final assessment of this.
I'm not going to go in depth on how I feel about the guitar production.
Well, Morgan, I want to ask though, what did you think of Rain Array? That tells me all I need to know.
Apparently, I didn't have feelings on it.
Okay, that's fine. I was just curious about that song in particular.
How do you feel about Quetzalcoatl?
Bad, hate it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't think he'd be a fan of that one.
Tyler, you make an interesting point, and I'll come back. I don't want to get too much into that because that's a big part of what I want to talk about is around that track. So
let's move on then. If she's still awake, I would love to hear.
I'm not done.
Oh, you're still going? Okay, cool.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Let's go. Right.
Excuse me.
He's got miles to go before he sleeps.
Okay, Robert Frost.
I wasn't gonna go too hard on the guitar, both the production quality of it and the playing itself, because again, it's something I have a bias towards, and it's just me not at all being on the same wavelength as the album in that regard. if you wanted, I just think personally, if you wanted to subvert sort of black metal style guitar expectations in a more interesting way, you could have my point is that the guitar riffs on here sound so standard for black metal. And I don't, if you're going to play off of that in that way, I don't maybe just make it more dynamic, or, because there's a lot of trim picking, and
there is an awful lot of that. Yes.
Yeah. And that's standard for black metal, but if you're going to be, going conceptual about it and defying expectations, I think you have to do a little more, than just sort of the, roots of black metal trim picking.
I think that's an extremely solid point. Even as someone that loves the record, the playing in pretty much every instrument except the drums is fairly standard. The percussion, I think, is quite interesting and quite dynamic and quite challenging.
I would agree that I think the drumming on the record is great, and that's something on the record that I even like the sound of and the production of. I think it's really solid across the board. It's just that it's layered with shitty guitars and fucking 1985 keyboard horns.
One of my favorite years. 1985. The year of Brazil.
I have to say, this is not to invalidate anything Morgan is saying. If anything, I think it validates everything everyone has said so far. But for every reason and every point that Morgan has against the album, I think that is also a point in the album's favor that it is doing exactly what it sets out to.
Oh, I'm not denying that at all.
You are an example of why this album simultaneously does not and does work.
No, I just don't think about art in terms of, did this thing do what it set out to do? Because I think at the end of the day, if a piece of art intended to leap out of the screen and kick me in the nuts and it succeeded in that, I'm not going to give it 5 stars.
That's a beautiful point. I love that.
I love that.
That's going on your headstone or something
word. I can't. It's such a simple disconnect that you can all trace it back to, is that I just hate how it sounds.
Yeah, that's
and
fair.
I can't get into appreciating what it's doing on any conceptual level because I despise listening to it.
That is fair. Understand.
I think that's really the Majora's Mask comp. That's really, as you said, we talk about it in conceptual terms, and it's something that almost demands the level of interactivity that it takes to get into a video game that's really conceptual, be it Majora's Mask or Spec Ops: The Line or what have you. And that's why I think both Tyler and I have kind of individually hammered, and I think Jake kind of gestured at this as well, is that it's about the listens and the re-listens. It's about challenging yourself. It's about looking at those guitar tones that put you off and seeing them as a Dark Souls enemy that you have to roll around and get past. There is an inherent challenging, interactive aspect to it, to where it's not Boris Feedbacker and it's not Sun Monoliths and Dimensions, or it's not.
I just downloaded Feedbacker.
What a record. That's a much less polarizing record, because if you don't like that, I don't know, you're just not a good person.
If you don't like Boris Feedbacker, you don't like guitars.
Okay.
Well, I like
Can't help you.
So.
Well, I guess I have to listen to it now. I'm Mr. Guitar Man.
It's basically the sound of melting a guitar, and not even that. It's just beautiful. Anyway.
Well, we're also covering a Boris record in the next 2 weeks. So
yeah, we're covering a Boris record next week. Their new album.
Next week, yeah. Next week.
Bitch.
Yep.
Spoilers.
Bitch.
Yeah.
Give and forget. Expecto Patronum.
Anyway, Morgan, you were saying.
What the flying fuck did you just say?
What?
Anywho.
Yeah, anyway, Morgan.
You know what? I think I've made myself quite clear at this point.
Morgan, I'm so happy that you listened to it, though.
Well, I kind of had to.
Well, we needed it for like a fully fleshed. Like, I feel like if there wasn't at least one like pure dissenter of this, it would do the record injustice.
It wouldn't tell the story of what the album is like and
Yep.
how it's been received.
Yep.
Okay. Well, with that, and it appears that Saoirse has woken up. So,
Oh wow, just in time.
Saoirse, why don't you? I can only apologize for having subjected you to this at such an ungodly hour, but why don't you tell us your thoughts on Liturgy's The Ark Work?
Okay, so with Liturgy, of course we were told to listen to other works of theirs first or after to create the general, more holistic vibe of them. But overall, I think this is the most holistic record to me, personally.
I would agree with that, actually.
Yeah, I'd probably get on board with that.
Most
like I said about the
doo-doo,
structure.
but-
The reason for this to me is that with something like Aesthetica, it's one of the longer ones. It's over an hour, and it's, although it has like Humanity or Humans or whatever that song is called, which is one of their best tracks across any of their albums. That is one of their best songs. But the whole album has very little variation. It's very dense, but it is exhausting to listen to because it's an hour of basically the same sound. And the artwork is not that. That's kind of part of what I loved about it. There's always something new about it. There's always something very interesting happening. And it has all of the things that I love or have decided that I now love about this transcendental metal thing, but using very different instruments, very different sounds. And it's just an overall fascinating idea, project. I really doubt if I'm ever going to listen to a song from any of these albums by themselves again without being like, yeah, I feel like listening to a transcendental black metal song. I doubt I'm gonna really come back to this outside of like very niche fascination. I'm really, really, really glad I listened to it. And in the future, if anyone asks me, we have this band called Liturgy, I can be like, oh yes, and what's more, all of this.
I want to go to that party where someone asks that question.
It's my party.
Word.
Morgan, somehow I think you don't really want to be at that party.
Hey, I'm enjoying the discussion.
Very good.
I not in Liturgy and play some Majora's Mask and get fucking baked.
Well, the discussion has been wonderful of mine. It's just nearly 4 a.m. here.
Can't imagine how much worse this album would be stoned. It's like it would never end.
You know what? Sorry, one other, I'm not going to go into this. I'm just going to mention it very briefly and I'm going to think about it. But another aesthetic comparison that's coming to mind for me in terms of like challenging what's conventionally aesthetically pretty is Miami Vice by Michael Mann.
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew you would say that.
I don't hate the comparison, even though I don't like that movie and I do love this album. It's not
wrong, and I hate it.
It's a perfect comparison.
It is
because both suck.
The only real difference, you're right.
The Ark Work is a much better album than Miami Vice is a movie.
They
and I
both
will die
make,
saying that.
They both make very purposeful aesthetic decisions to set themselves apart from a precedent that has been established by something that came before. And whether you know with that or not, that is a similarity.
In my opinion, Inherent Vice is an excellent movie. I haven't seen Miami Vice, but I just wanted to say that.
I agree.
Vice is not a bad comparison of a film, to be honest.
The Vice cinematic universe. Adam McKay, Paul Thomas Anderson, and Michael Mann.
Who the fuck is Adam McKay?
Director of Vice.
McKay? Did you mean
he's a poor director?
No, I mean the director of the movie Vice.
Do you mean Ian McKay of Minor Threat and Fugazi?
I wish I did. I wish I did.
Yeah, I really wish you did too.
To this point on the First Watch podcast, I've only really done positive movie things, but if I ever really want to slam somebody, it will be Adam McKay. Just throwing that out there.
Anyway, Saoirse, you were saying.
Right, yeah. So just to wrap up, I think that I do prefer hack. I feel like the things that make the Ark Work a more accessible album than Aesthetica are done with more panache and just more, more accessibility on hack. It's just like, that's an album I can throw on and get it the first time round, I suppose, despite everything that's going on in that record and all of their records. But I did love the choice of instrumentation on this album. I love that it opened on synthesized trumpets. There's this quote but from the lead keyboardist of MGMT that was just like, there was a point where he became really obsessed with funneling the artistic potential of really shit sounding synthesizers that one could never mistake for a real instrument, and just mining what one can do with that sound. And I think the same can be said of this record. And that does really interesting things. On Follow 2, there's some wonderful organs, more trumpets on Kel Valhall, and there's amazing bells on Follow. I could go on like this. Again, like the Hum record, don't ask me to pick out individual songs and say whether they're better or worse than other ones, because it's a holistic album experience for me. So yeah, there's that. Vitriol is a standout in terms of a pinnacle of this artistic intention, though. But overall, I was very surprised that this is the album that is considered the most difficult, because it is the record that I got the quickest what it was doing.
Well, I think it's less more that it's considered difficult to understand, more that it is difficult to like.
Right.
So that
But
my
response to that is like, I have a much harder time liking Aesthetica, because that is just like an hour of the same thing.
This definitely feels like an hour of the same thing. I won't lie to you.
Oh, I think there's incredible sonic variety in this record, in my opinion.
I completely agree. The structure and the playing are a little, I wouldn't call them homogenous, but there's, as Tyler alluded to, or kind of quoted in another review, it does use repetition in some ways, but the way that it brings instrumentation in and out and uses elements of repetition. So for example, there are MIDI horns on Fanfare, and then there are MIDI horns in Rain Array, and they don't sound the same. The way that they're modulated in each track creates a different sort of emotional expression. So there are instrumental elements that you're kind of picking up on throughout the course of the record that are variant. Another album that I think is kind of challenging, but that I really like, and that I know Tyler really likes, is Paralytic Stalks, which I think does a similar thing where it's just constantly throwing different types of instrumentation at you throughout.
Of Montreal, incidentally.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
What an album, by the way. Highly recommend.
I like the only album of theirs I've heard because of Zach.
Is that Hissing Fauna?
No, it is
Satanic Panic.
Satanic Panic in the Attic.
That's a good intro. I might recommend Paralytic Stalks at some point in the future, because that would be a good one to talk about.
What a pretentious
Sure.
band
While
name.
there's kind of a moment, I just want to say I have talked to each of these gentlemen while watching movies on Zoom previously, but I've only ever talked to you in the space of text and group chat. So it's really nice to be able to hear your voice, see you, and just say hi.
Completely agree.
Isn't it though?
Isn't it lovely? It's really lovely.
I am having a wonderful time.
So thanks for staying up to accommodate, because it's been lovely.
I mean, this podcast is 100% accommodation because of
look, define staying up, because I'm fairly sure I had an accidental nap for the first section of this discussion.
I actually feel a little bit less guilty because you have napped.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And you did get to miss me railing on this album relentlessly. So
I'm gonna re-listen to that episode, so don't worry.
Yeah, this will be a fun one to listen back to.
The sympathy needs to go to whoever between Tyler and I is editing these podcasts. That's where your sympathy should lie.
Yeah. You were saying, Saoirse, were you?
I think I'm pretty wrapped up.
Okay. Cool. August, your thoughts? I actually genuinely have no idea.
I was the least sure I'd ever been
so
about
chaotic.
anything.
I'm so ready.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to reiterate for Morgan and Zach, Mock, as I prefer to call them together. Mock, though, that's an interesting name, because that was actually the name of a character in the 1983 film Rock and Rule. Mock, particularly, was actually, his singing voice was actually done by Lou Reed. And Lou Reed is an important figure in my discussion, because I believe this album has the same problem that Metallica's Lulu has.
It all just comes back to fucking Lulu.
We're back.
And prepare, because I believe the issue with this album and why so many people detest it is that it is front-loaded with the worst tracks on this album. Because I
put a pin in that because when you're done here, I actually want to talk about why I think there is a deeper connection between those two records. But anyway, continue.
No, yeah.
Well.
But anyways, I believe that is because I believe Fanfare and Follow, while they do have some interesting sound play with the layers upon layers of MIDI horns, they are probably what I'd consider the worst on this album, if only because those two tracks feel a bit repetitive, and I almost find the separation and splitting of them to be a little unnecessary. Like, they feel more like one song than they do two.
Well, I think the first 5 tracks to me, all up to and including Follow 2, feels like a suite to me. Like, it feels like a continuous track.
No, I would agree. I would agree fully. But where I make the distinction there is, I believe, Kill Valhall. Is that how it is pronounced?
How I'm saying it from now on.
Well,
Keenan and Kel Valhall.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who loves black metal? Kel loves black metal.
Yeah.
Oh.
Welcome to the Ark Work, home of the Ark Work. May I take your order?
Just constant mockery. I get no respect.
Welcome to Liturgy, home of the artwork. May I subvert your genre?
Do you open the door and it's Liturgy standing there in a suit being like, excuse me, do you have a moment to talk about our Savior,
Mr. Liturgy? The front man of Liturgy.
I would like to speak to the manager of Liturgy.
Excuse me. It's called Transcendental Metal for a reason.
Actually, it's interesting that because I don't know a whole lot about exactly the philosophy of this record, but Tyler mentioned Kabbalah earlier, which has a very specific symbol that comes up in some of the artwork Liturgy have put out. That's interesting on the level that that's a philosophy that's very old, very complicated, and very steeped in religious texts that often gets taken out of context by a lot of people, and very simplified. So I'd be very interested. Yeah. So I would be very interested to look into how Liturgy is using that philosophy in their music.
I would just simply recommend checking out her YouTube channel because she's got plenty of videos where she talks about it. The specific philosophy is called, I believe, Transcendental Kabbalah. So I don't know much about Kabbalah, but I presume it is the transcendental variation of that.
The electronic project
about this album.
The electronic project that I alluded to earlier is called New Introductory Lectures on the System of Transcendental Kabbalah.
Well, it sounds like they're approaching it with the requisite complexity, so that's good.
That sounds fucking unbearable, whatever it is.
I almost assuredly. See, you said that you prefer the electronic track, so I'm not sure if you would get on with it better or find it to be exactly that, because like the Ark Work, it really could go either way.
I mean, I actually think that when this band gets kind of ambient, it's some of their best moments, in my opinion.
The interludes on HAQQ are really good. I like those.
Let's let August get back to his
Please, August.
Knight F3, D4. Oh, sorry, I was playing chess. I didn't know it was my turn to talk again.
Are you winning, son?
I've been winning most of the games I've been playing, yeah.
Do you want to read off your critiques, or do you want to bitch?
I would like to do both. Is that allowed?
No. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
This has been the most hostile podcast
Morgan,
episode
everything is cake. He has to have it.
Everything is cake.
That is the stupidest meme. I am already so sick of that.
Zach left. He said, I'm fucking done with you people.
Oh, wow.
August, please tell us what you think of the album.
Okay,
honestly.
So whatever the third track is called, however it's pronounced, I don't care at this point, is I made the separation between this and the first two tracks is because I feel this is the point when the record begins to pick up for me. There's an introduction of more vocal passages. It feels a bit more diverse instrumentally. But then I felt that was kind of taken away from me with Follow 2, which was just a completely redundant, weak song in the album. I did not get along with that. Quetzalcoatl is possibly the most thrilling point on the track list. But more than anything, this was where I really had that moment where I started to think about this album in terms of its place in the cultural context. Because it started to make me wonder why this album was kind of so reviled in most scenes. And of course, listening to Morgan talk about it was plenty enlightening. I think he did a very good job at explaining just what it is about this record that doesn't work for people, really. But I guess the conclusion I came to is I don't see this record as being like too many like miles away from like noise rock or noise metal particularly, because I feel it's certainly using muddier production, but it's embracing that to create this kind of really noisy, full sound that, yes, can overwhelm the listener. But I think I just kind of like that styling of music, of just overwhelming the listener with this titanic sound that you can just spend multiple listens and just find new instrumental beats, or in this case, because the vocals are definitely lower in the mix than, well, no, they're just definitely lower in the mix, not really a then there, but because they're lower in the mix, it also leads to kind of a discovery of more vocal lines, which I will mirror the sentiment of I do not have a clue what this album is about in terms of lyrical themes, aside from the aforementioned philosophy.
They're interesting to pay attention to. I'll give you that much.
Yes, no, it's interesting in that sense. Father Verizon, I'll say it, delivers a much more kind of, in comparison to the rest of the track list, that song almost feels straightforward, I'd say.
That's what I said. I agree.
Yeah. I really love the way that over the hour of material, this album's sound just completely morphs and transforms into something very different from what you started off. And I feel almost the best experience for this record is listening to it one time through and then starting it over again, just because it makes that progression much more apparent and much more clear to the listener. Like Fanfare to Hylogen are just incredibly different, and it's astonishing that these are two songs on the same record. And Rain-A-Ray, I think everyone's said it to death, but this is the absolute high point of the album. It's just giving you what you would want out of this kind of record.
The transcendental element is really at the fore there. Yeah.
Kind of, the very marketed aspect of this record. And really, that track just takes everything else that's been established across this record, the MIDI horns and the instrumentation, and it just dials it up a bit, and it just feels like such a holistic view of what this record is. And I will disagree with Saoirse, because I think you could listen to this song on its own as like its own piece. It just feels that holistic. And I've made the point about myself not really particularly minding what this album is about lyrically, because it does serve as more of an instrument, Hunter's voice. Vitriol is an awesome track. I love the vocal presence on that song. It's just, once again, this album just it almost seems like a Melvins album in reverse, where it starts off with the things you don't care for and then builds slowly but steadily to what you're there for. And just one final note, Total War, catchy as hell guitar riff. Love that. But I think, of course, the production has been noted upon multiple times. There are definitely cheap sounding parts to this album, but really just for the experience, I wouldn't trade much of what is here, because even though it does start off weak, I think what you get to is worth sitting through that.
It's intrinsic to how you experience the album in a way. I wouldn't want like a remaster or remixing. I would want a new album that takes these ideas in a different direction.
Yes, I have a couple of pins that I've put into what August said that I want to follow up on. So
the comparison.
First of all, the Lulu thing.
Serving in pins like you're in Takashi Miike's audition.
Yeah. Very much. Nice. That's very much so how I'm feeling.
I bet he loves this album, or would.
He would. Yeah,
it's the same energy.
Very much so.
Anyway, what was I saying? So it does. I was reminded of Lulu in a certain way, but not just in the sense that the weaker songs are at the beginning, which I agree is true of both records, but that they're both functioning in a similar sense to pervert the genre that they're in.
Yes,
that's a very core part of the identity of the records.
Very Andy Warhol in the approach to it.
Well, I suppose, because what Lou Reed does with Metallica is that he in a sense uses them to kind of like caricature thrash metal in a sense. Like he has these ridiculously indulgent lyrics about like these sexual escapades and stuff, and like it's very much like an exercise, that record, and I guess that your interest in it will vary, I guess, on the extent to which you find that interesting. I haven't sold it very well. It's actually, we'll eventually talk about it in depth, and I will get into more of the nuances of that record, because I think that it deserves more than just me saying it's an exercise or it's a perversion, because it's much richer and deeper than that. But I think that is a sense in which these two records have a similarity. For the record, I think that I think that Lulu's a better record than this, but I'm not sure that I do. I'll have to think about that. Anyway, the other pin, more interesting, I think, is this idea of the negative reception behind this record. So, one thing I wanted to bring up is that generally, like within the black metal community, I'm not a member. I'm not a card carrier.
Yeah, because you're not fucking insufferable.
But the thing is, like, there's this. The black metal community is.
Okay, we're gonna lose our 2 subscribers. Okay.
They're not black metal fans. They don't have internet.
Can I speak?
Yes.
They're in prison.
The black metal community, they are in prison, that's for sure. The black metal community is very insular and very traditionalist. So there's like a particular aesthetic, a particular sound that if they're gonna vibe with you, then you've got to stick to it. And I think there's probably a lot of resentment in the black metal community for the fact that a lot of the black metal that gets the most attention from alternative music press is the music that deliberately subverts expectations or combines black metal aesthetics with other genre aesthetics. The obvious example being, of course, Deaf Heaven.
I was thinking, like, if the traditionalists can't handle fucking Sunbather, what must they think of this?
Well, I mean, it's like a deliberate slap in the face, right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
And
that I think is why.
one at that.
Yeah, exactly. That I think is why, like, this is regardless of what you think about the community. This is just an observation. I think that is why, like, there is probably such a hesitance among a lot of people to accept liturgy, because they're coming at black metal from first of all, from the perspective of wanting to subvert it in a lot of ways. Second of all, from the perspective of wanting to make it transcendental, which already raises alarm bells for a lot of people, understandably. Like, you can argue for hours about whether Hunter is pretentious, or like whether she's pretentious, but in a sense that actually has any meaning, or whatever. Like, you can argue about that. I don't really want to get into it, honestly.
I think that adds to the aesthetic of what they're going for, though.
Yeah, totally.
Well,
I'm not making a judgment on that. I'm just saying
briefly,
that is a reason why people are apprehensive about liturgy.
Yeah.
Briefly, I would say that I don't think it's arguable at all that Hunter is pretentious. She is. What's arguable is whether or not that adds any value to what she does.
Or removes any.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, for what it's worth, I didn't really want to get into this, but I think that the word pretentious is kind of meaningless. Like, it isn't a value judgment. You don't say, for me, like, that word doesn't inherently mean, it has an inherent negative connotation. It has an inherent negative connotation, but I don't really think that's the definition of it.
No, it's a neutral term.
It should be a neutral term, yeah.
That's what I was getting at, really.
Yeah, all I meant was that's just why I think people were so hesitant about liturgy and were probably so quick to condemn this record. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I'd love to hear from Zach now.
Yeah, for real.
Go on, dude.
August, are you finished with everything? Did you have anything else?
Not really.
I have so many things to say.
Let's go.
All right. I'm so excited, you guys.
I'm excited too.
Really quickly, I just want to dip in really quickly. So as I said, this is a band that I kind of found out about. I want to say it was 2012 or 2013, which would make it. I actually first came across the first record of theirs that I came across was their first album, Renihilation, which really reminded me of the band like Bastonage at the time. I don't know if anybody's ever listened to that. It's a pretty like straightforward instrumental black metal album. Aesthetica is really interesting to me because it's already, as Tyler has said, as we've all kind of synthesized in some ways, like it's already kind of pushing the boundaries because the vast majority of black metal is written in minor keys. It's a depressive genre. It's a depressing genre most of the time. It's very dark. It's very moody. And Renihilation and Aesthetica. Renihilation is a mix of minor and major keys, but Aesthetica in particular is a lot of major keys, and they're both very bright, shiny metal albums. Like they're already just like Tyler was saying vis-a-vis Deaf Heaven, they're already kind of perverting the expectations of these things.
That is a part of Hunter's philosophy, by the way, of inverting it to be a light metal theme going on with the music.
Absolutely, and I think that all of the other three Liturgy albums also have this quality with a production value that enables you to feel that lightness while still, being able to detect the instrumentation at its most traditional sense. And what I mean by that is that when you listen to Aesthetica, though it is in major keys and though it is perverting the genre, it still tracks as a black metal album in most ways. And so does the Ark Work in terms of its structure, in terms of, the fact that it's got clear metal drum techniques, it's got clear metal guitar techniques. It's just, it's really pushing them to the absolute limits of their genre perversion. And so in that way, even from the first time I listened to it, I sort of understood this is meant to be conceptual. It's meant to be, if not challenging, then at a bare minimum, boundary pushing, convention pushing, paradigm kind of altering or challenging material. And naturally that sort of thing is polarizing, as I think Tyler again said, just for such an insular, we want, true cult shit black metal fans that have a specific expectation of what an album's supposed to sound like. So let me take you back to 2015 when this album was first released. It came out in the month of March, which is incidentally when my best friend's birthday is. And he, knowing that I was a Liturgy fan, went to a record store and bought me an album, which is a weird thing to do when it's his birthday, not mine, but he's a weird guy. That's just a weird anecdote. And I've got the record right here. Excuse me. There we go. So he went and he bought me this album knowing that I liked this band. And so the very first time I ever listened to it was on vinyl. Now, obviously, if you're not a fan of this or if you're kind of wishy-washy on it, I can't necessarily recommend you go spend money on the vinyl copy of it. But in terms of like the appropriate way to listen to it or whatever, it sounds really nice on vinyl. A lot of the maybe more sonic oriented issues that people have kind of brought up about this record, I think are smoothed over a little bit by the natural sort of like when you're listening to it on analog sound, a lot of those distorted tones come through in a warmer way. There are a few albums that I think really work better on the format, and this is truly one of them. Although, a CD of flat copies, stuff like that, you really want to put yourself in the best position to get all of the tones of this album, because the mix is so idiosyncratic and because the production is so, I don't want to call it bad, but it's definitely not a strength of the album. It's tough for me to commit to calling the production of an album that I care so much for specifically bad, but it is a weakness. And so putting the music in the best sense to kind of like sound nice is the right way to go. So when I first listened to this album, after he purchased it for me, I listened to it on vinyl. I think I downloaded it and, probably mixed the two. But the very, very first listen to it, it made me laugh. The very initial reaction I had to it was to laugh at it, because as Morgan pointed out, as Tyler pointed out, as Jake pointed out, it begins with MIDI trumpets, and not just MIDI trumpets. It begins with exceptionally tinny, loud, just brash MIDI trumpets. It has zero shame about this.
And it's an arsenal of them.
Yes, it really is. And as Tyler correctly pointed out in his kind of track by track analysis, once you get to Kel Valhall, if Fanfare is an assault, Kel Valhall is the Normandy invasion. It is not just an assault. It is the entire armed forces of a nation storming your beaches with MIDI trumpets. So it's a fundamentally preposterous album. In addition to that, kind of MIDI trumpet assault on that record, one of the things that I noticed on my first and second listens, in the background, there is a tone, and my 90s kid, this is for you. It sounds exactly like the melodic progression of the X-Men, the animated series theme song. It's pretty hysterical. If you go back and you listen to Kel Valhall in particular, there is a melodic progression that is extremely similar to the X-Men theme song. I can't not hear it ever since the first time I listened to it.
Maybe I like this album now.
Maybe it's so. Can I point out, by the way, Zach, that August can verify this for me. The first time I listened to the Ark Work in the chat, the first thing I said was, I won't say anything about my thoughts, but all I can tell you right now is that the second and first song on this album made me burst into laughter.
They are.
Oh yes, I remember this vividly.
And I like the album, so.
And so do I. And this has been my progression.
You know what? It's good to laugh.
Yeah.
And so after listening to
it twice,
I remember texting with my best friend, who again purchased me the LP, and telling him, dude, I don't know what to make of this. I don't know if this is good. I don't know if this is bad. We got to listen to this together. I need you to come over. I need you to come over to my apartment right now, and we got to throw this on. We got to listen to this together. And we listened to it together, and we laughed together. We both kind of just had no clue what to make of it. But in the first two times that I listened to it, and the third time in which I listened to it with him, we got to track 5, which I think Tyler makes an interesting point. I was going to make a separate one, but I like his a little bit more, and Morgan's reaction verifies it. To me, not Kelval Hall, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, is the first track where you kind of get a reprieve from the aggressive, kind of almost muddy production of the first two tracks. But Quetzalcoatl is the moment where the album breaks itself open and kind of becomes what it's meant to be. I thought that August's analysis that the first 4 tracks of this album are really, if not the weakest, certainly like the most aggressively strange and challenging, and it's only once you get to Quetzalcoatl that the album kind of really breaks in. The percussion becomes something that a fan of Renihilation or Aesthetica or now HAQQ is going to be familiar with. And that track was great to me the first time I heard it. And I'll get a little bit more into that. I love Tyler's concept that like basically that's the track that makes or breaks the record for you, because I think that's true. Because for me, it made it. And I can say, and I think this relates so much to what Saoirse was saying, I remember that there were multiple times when I tried while driving to work or something like that. I really like this song Quetzalcoatl, but it takes so long to get there. Let me just throw Quetzalcoatl on real quick. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. And that really is the nature of this record. One of the
I had a similar experience with Please Be Nice from the Black Dresses album, where I fell in love with that song on that record, and then I went back to listen to it outside of the record, and it was just it was like listening to a different and much worse song.
You have to play the record really to get the full effect of that song.
Context.
And a band that I name dropped earlier, Preoccupations, again formerly known as Viet Cong, I really like. They have kind of 2 self-titled records, because there's a Viet Cong self-titled and there's a Preoccupations self-titled. And they're 2 albums that I really like quite a bit, and they are the same way. The song Continental Shelf from the record.
Love that song.
But if you try to just throw Continental Shelf on your iPod or whatever, it doesn't really work. Like, all of their music is so based on the idea of progression. And I think that's really true of Liturgy too. And right here is where I kind of want to like get into the thesis. Right after I say that, all I can really tell anybody that's, trying to listen to this album is kind of reiterating a point that I've said multiple times now. Everybody that I know that I have genuinely recommended this album to, like in real life or online, that has given it a chance, that has given it more than 5 to 10 listens, comes around on it in a way that's really emphatic. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that it's going to be your favorite Liturgy album. It's not even my favorite Liturgy album. But it does mean that it has that potential to grow on you. And one of the reasons for that, I think, circling back around to the thesis, is this word right here that might be showing up backwards on the camera. But I wrote this a little earlier because this is the album's basic core thesis. It's mess. And I want to make a connection. I was going to make a connection that Tyler already made. So Tyler last night, at some point while I was asleep, because New Zealand hours are very confusing to me, time zones, how do they work, tweeted out about one of my favorite bands of all time, Liars. And he was listening to Wish You.
You know why? You know why? Because I listened to this album, The Ark Work, and then I went immediately and listened to Wish You afterwards.
Because I knew that I was doing this today, I had every intention of listening to Liars today, and I woke up and you had tweeted and tagged me about Liars. And I tweeted back listening to the vinyl copy of Mess. I listened to both Wish You and Mess because they are extremely similar. And that's part of this connection right here. Now, Mess is a Liars record, and I won't sit here and talk all the way about it. It's an album that I love, and it is an album that Liars fans and just music fans in general rejected when it was first released. Like, it wasn't nearly as polarizing as this record, The Ark Work, is, but it's a much more electronic record from Liars than anything they had previously done, with the exception of Wish You, which is less dancey and just kind of like more amorphous and post-punky.
Those 2 records are like this record, except without the guitars and without the MIDI.
But
there's not much left, but it's very electronic, synthetic fuckery.
Absolutely.
I mean, Tyler, this record without the MIDI, like, what's left?
Not a lot. You know, actually, here's what's left. I think all 5 of you have given a part of the whole story of the artwork. When you compress it all together, what you really get is the full picture, where you respect the hell out of it and you want more of it, and you also kind of hate it. Like it's all emotions bound into an hour of quote unquote transcendental black metal. And one of the things that I'm so shocked, I expected every single person here to talk about Hunter Hunt Hendrix's vocal deliveries on this album, because they are so specific on this record. On all 3 other Liturgy albums, she is screaming as one does on a black metal record.
Notice this, yes.
On this album, and Jake brought up the song Vitriol, which is a song that I absolutely adore. But for the entirety of the record, there is an extremely monotonous, repetitive, kind of monotone. I said monotonous already, excuse me, I'm just repeating myself now. It's appropriate for the record that we're discussing.
I mean,
that is, it really is the secondary comparison to the band Liars, and that's why I wanted to listen to Mess. Now, Mess by Liars has a lot more vocal variations where suddenly things get really high-pitched or et cetera, whereas the arc work is fairly level. But the vocal deliveries on this album are extremely idiosyncratic. And I think one of the best parts of the record, even though it's one of the most difficult to get on with. When you listen to Father Verizon for the first time, for example, the way that she croons the title, Father Verizon, everything is pulled and stretched just the way those guitar tones are. And they all kind of fuse in this really interesting stylistic way. That relates to the way that August described the structure of the album, which is that it's very dense right at the beginning, and then it breaks open. And it connects back to this idea of mess. There's a track on the Liars album Mess called Mess on a Mission, and I think that could really be the subtitle of the artwork. To me, it is on its surface, it's a messy record. But I think that structurally, it's actually quite sound. Something that a lot of people have noted is that Rain Array, which is a very long track, which is very clearly like the climax of the album, it continues to go on. And I really like the 2 tracks that follow that, but I certainly understand how like structurally that might feel kind of strange. Like it peaks and then it just kind of continues. But I think that the way, and this relates to the building and releasing the Swans comps that we've thrown out so far, the sequencing of the tracks on this album is really, really, really important to the way that it feels. Again, I really like the track Quetzalcoatl from the beginning, and I kind of found the first 4 tracks to be not bad, but I didn't want to listen to them every time because it really feels like one piece of composition as opposed to 4 individual tracks. And this is not the kind of album that lends itself to the music Twitter. We've probably all seen the term no skips. Every time I see no skips, I just want to delete my Twitter account because I think it's the stupidest possible way to listen to music. Because I'm a vinyl person. I love listening to albums in their entirety, which is the only way that the artwork works. Like it is the only way that you can possibly do it, because the sequence of these tracks is so important to the way that they feel. It is vital. Even though Rain Array can be listened to all on its own, I believe that it doesn't feel the same way unless you've listened to Fanfare all the way up through Halogen. Specifically, the way that Halogen leads into Rain Array is really critical, but everything builds to a crescendo with Quetzalcoatl and Father Verizon, and then kind of bottoms out into this calm, almost vacant electronic track that immediately thrusts you into the album's climax. And I think that sequence, the way that it flows, is so critical. And that's something that you can only really get as August suggested, by listening to it, back to back, or as Tyler and I have both suggested, over and over and over again. And it's an album that really challenges you to do those sorts of things if you have the patience for it. And in that way, I almost think that the sort of wonky structure where it's weak at the beginning or challenging at the beginning is a really good thing, because it just, if I can make a comparison, to another non-musical thing, it almost reminds me of our group chat's favorite director, Michael Haneke,
the second time he's been brought up on this fucking podcast,
or perhaps Lars von Trier, two directors who love to take the conventions of a specific genre like horror, and really almost, if you're a fan of those genres, he's here to punish you for that. If you really care about black metal, Hunter Hendricks and the band in general are here to punish you for really expecting the conventions of the genre. And I think that that's invigorating. To me, that's like the most exciting thing about this
perfect
record.
Illustration of my thoughts, honestly.
And I don't know that it necessarily gets all the way there. If this is if we're doing a Hanukkah comp, this might be Funny Games, and we're all kind of waiting for
That's
the
what I
second
was
Funny
thinking
Games.
of. Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's only one other thing I want to say. In all seriousness, before we kind of like wrap and cohese and all talk, and that's this, that I started out my relationship with this album laughing at it and getting a friend to laugh at it with me, and now we're both fans of it, to the point that I have a friend, and the friend is this ram right here. Okay, you guys see this? This fellow's name is Calval Hall. I've had him for several years.
Good name.
I adopted him from a friend, and he sits in front of the record on a shelf. That is how much like just there is a kind of relationship that I've developed with this, because it is challenging and because it is polarizing. I feel such a connection to it in the way that some people in this very chat might feel about Rian Johnson's The Last Jedi. I don't think it's quite as exactly one for one, but like the way that some people kind of like come at that movie, and it really, it makes you assess the way that you feel about it from a really critical perspective. And if you like it and you listen to it with that critical perspective, you really steel yourself to the way that other people look at it. You hear criticisms and they start to sound not like criticisms. They start to sound like, yeah, you're just describing what makes this record so special and unique and distinct within this discography. And really the last point, the one thing that everybody that, you know, you guys have all been listening to this for a period of under a year, including Tyler, who has listened to it, I think, for the longest. I've had 5 years. And I do have a little bit of an interpretation. So the term transcendental black metal, I think, is interesting in two ways. One, it relates to the philosophy of transcendentalism, which is largely related to nature and self-reliance and things of that nature, which suggest kind of like an independence from genre convention, an independence from the scene, a desire to blaze liturgy's own forward path. But there's also an interesting pun. So Hunter Hendricks is a trans woman, one of the most I think like kind of prominent women in the genre at this juncture. I don't know if somebody is more knowledgeable about the contemporary metal scene that knows a woman more at the forefront than Hunt Hendricks, please feel free to say so. But this album, and in particular the track Vitriol, which I think is special, I think is a really great song. It is really key to understanding what this album's themes are about. When you listen to the lyrics, I won't read all of them to you, but the refrain, it's soon. It's a track about change. This is all about change. It's about annihilation and rebirth. Think about the band's first album name. It's called Renihilation, and that's what they've been talking about this entire time. It's about destroying old ideas and this sort of natural burgeoning of something new coming out of that. And Vitriol in particular, it happens right after the climax of the album, which is like the most traditionally black metal song on the record. Well, maybe not the most traditionally black metal song on the record, but it's the one that kind of is the most accessible to the fan of to fans of the genre. It's a track that almost everybody can agree is one of, if not the very strongest on the album. And then it's followed by Vitriol, which is a hip hop song. Like, no kidding. If you go to their Bandcamp page, one of the tags on this album is tribal hip hop. Like it's very like they have weird tags for everything. And that song is about change. It's about transition. It's about destroying old things and the new things that are emergent out of them. And everything about the lyrics of that song kind of point to that. And that's really, to me, what this album is about. Of course, trying to parse it is sort of like trying to parse Ingmar Bergman's Persona or something, where there's not like a direct trajectory where you can say from beginning to end, this is what it's about. And instead it's kind of like a fruitcake, in the same way that the instrumentation is kind of like a fruitcake, where there are recurring elements, but really it's the variety that kind of sticks out with you, where you listen to it and you take, if you're really getting deep with the lyrics, you take 3 ideas out of your listens for this month, and then the next month that you're listening to it, you're working on 3 new ideas, and you can kind of do that fairly endlessly because of the way these lyrics are written. I think the Mars Volta comp that Jake made is really, really apropos, to where you don't really need to get into the lyrics, and they are fairly nonsensical, so like it doesn't have to be part of what you're doing, but there is a lot of richness there, and there is like text to work through if that's the kind of way that you like to listen to this music. So that's really like the bulk of what I have to say. I think all the negative aspects of this album have been covered pretty extensively. It's got a very tinny sound. The mix is, I don't, like I said, I think the mix is a little idiosyncratic. It takes a little getting used to, but the real issue is that there are just these moments where there are a lot of tones that kind of feel indistinct from each other and a little homogenous, which, as Saoirse really aptly pointed out, is also kind of a problem with Aesthetica. Although I think the artwork is kind of getting the better of the varied instrumentation and the varied ideas, even though there is a lot of repetition and monotony to it, there's also a lot of variety to it. Each track is kind of its own distinct thing once you get through the first 4 especially. So that's pretty much my thoughts, and I'm really thankful that you guys like reached out and let me come and talk about it, because I think this album is super cool.
Oh no, that is the point of this.
Thank you for being here, and we have just talked about this record for 2 hours.
Holy shit.
So I think perhaps we should wrap it up there.
I look forward to never speaking about it again.
Well, I mean,
like, what
inevitably
an
there will
album
be
to have talked about for this.
Inevitably, there will be a new liturgy record, and we will review that.
Oh fuck yeah!
Anyway,
I don't have a problem with talking about liturgy. I just don't want to talk about this record anymore.
Anyway, let's wrap up. Let's go to our ratings, our favorite tracks and ratings. I mean, it feels a bit weird saying let's go to our favorite tracks and ratings, because Zach has made such a great point about how like breaking this down track by track is a little bit reductive. But you know, we do that, so let's have fun.
Yeah. In that vein, you know what I'll do? I'll pick a string of tracks. It'll be 3 in a row instead of 3 separate ones that I feel work together best. How about that?
Whatever you want to do, man. Whatever you want to do.
I'll say Father Verizon, Halogen, Rain Array is like...
Completely dodging the question.
Did I? What?
What are you talking about?
What?
What's your least favorite track, Jake? What is it?
Well, I wasn't done.
What? No. Hang on. What is August talking about?
It was a joke. Tyler said, "How do you want to do this?" And then Jake just said his favorite tracks.
It's fine. I was hoping he would just do that.
That's what that. I mean, look.
I mean, I thought he said
nothing.
I thought he said, "However you want to do it."
I don't think it really fucking matters. I mean, look, the fact that we're trying to adhere to a structure of some kind is inherently antithetical to the mindset of this album.
You're so right.
So you know, let's just fucking go.
Track on the album, Jake.
Well,
do
Morgan's
you have somewhere to be?
It's nearly 5 in the morning here, dude. Like, come on.
Okay,
then go to bed.
My least favorite track is probably I'll say Follow is my least favorite track. Even though I wouldn't even necessarily say it's bad. I don't even really think there's a bad song on here. And I'd give the album a strongly emphatic 7 out of 10.
Very good. August.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna be antithetical to this album's point and just pick out 3 random spots in the track list.
In a way, though, it's still not antithetical just because it's fucking whatever.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say Quetzalcoatl, Rain Array, and Vitriol as my favorite tracks. And least favorite, I would have to say probably, I'll say Follow 2, I guess. Just for it feeling a bit redundant, but regardless, I still enjoy this record, and I almost feel I haven't spent enough time with it and unlocked everything I could. So I'm going to give this album a tentative 7.5 out of 10.
Okay.
Oh boy.
My favorite tracks are Halogen, the front half of Follow 2, and Father Verizon. And my least favorite tracks, to fly in the face of everyone here, Vitriol, Quetzalcoatl, and Kel Valhall.
Kel Valhall's fair, but the other two, I vanquish you.
I don't care. I don't care. Fuck you.
Maybe one day soon, Morgan will change his opinion and raise his score respectfully. Maybe not, though.
Seems unlikely considering I'm never going to listen to this again.
What's your
And
score, Mo?
it's a light 3.
Oof. Rip.
It's, something.
Dude wanted to have a dialogue, then I show up here with a dissenting opinion, and he goes, "That's something."
Well, I didn't say it was something bad. I just said it was.
You're copping that attitude. I don't appreciate it.
No, I was expecting lower than a 3, so I'm happy.
Carry on.
Right, so that's me then. I enjoyed Fanfare, Vitriol, and other songs, I suppose. I'm going to give it a 7.5 as well.
Okay. So my 3 favorite tracks are. I think these are the same as what August said. So my 3 favorite tracks are Quetzalcoatl, Rain Array, and Vitriol.
Bingo.
Not in that order though. Rain Array is the best, then Vitriol, then Quetzalcoatl. And my least favorite tracks probably follow the first one. And I will give this record 8.5.
Love to see it.
All right.
Love to see it.
Oh,
and now, Zach.
Moment of truth. So, once upon a time, Quetzalcoatl would have absolutely been my number 1 or my number 2. So now I will say that my third favorite track is Halogen, and my second favorite track is Rain Array. And I almost kind of consider those to be one piece of progression, but that almost reminds me of Death Consciousness in some respects, how it has these instrumental tracks that lead into like a big bombastic song. But I love the way those two songs really fit together. And my number 1, my favorite song on this album is absolutely Vitriol, which I think is just such a like bracing, unique piece on the album, and it's so structurally oddly placed, but it's something that I really have a deep fondness for. And to me, it's like everything that this album is like. If Rain Array is sort of everything on the album happening at once, Vitriol is like nothing on the album. It's like the shadow that Rain Array leaves. It's like everything that Rain Array leaves out is condensed entirely within Vitriol. And just like Quetzalcoatl, like those are the 2 songs. Like if you like those songs, you will get on with this record. And if you don't like those songs, you're never gonna really care about it. You're never gonna get to that point. Like those are the 2, along with Quetzalcoatl, I would say, the 3 that August and Tyler picked out: Rain Array, Quetzalcoatl, Vitriol. If those 3 songs you like, you will like this album. If any one of the 3 kind of hits you in a negative way, you're probably not gonna dig it. As far as the least favorite track, I would say that it's probably Fanfare, but maybe Follow. It's definitely one of the first 2 tracks on the album. And I do like both. I would not consider either of them weak. I consider them 2 movements in a 4-movement introduction to the album. Each one kind of serves its own purpose. But if you really isolate them as individual tracks, I think that they're clearly like they just have the least to offer of everything on this album in terms of like, oh, I'm listening to Fanfare. Here's that cool part where it's just the MIDI trumpets the entire time.
Okay, cool.
And the score that I would give it is an 8 out of 10.
All right.
Very good.
Average score for that one?
Well, the average score from us 5 is 6.7. The algorithm is currently not including Zach's rating yet.
Yeah, I put his to the side just because it's our table setup makes it awkward to include, but we can easily add it to the average later.
That is higher than I anticipated. I'm kind of happy.
I can self-calculate that.
Yeah.
Only one person here dislikes the album.
Yeah.
That's pretty surprising to me.
That's
to be
nuts.
completely honest. I really thought that there would at least be more, like a mixed opinion. I was expecting 5s and 6s, where it's like, oh, I like this, but this.
For the sake of discussion, I think this was the best avenue we could have taken. Right. I feel like middling reactions to this album would be like boring as shit.
I have to say that I'm
average rating though.
Yeah.
If I may jump in briefly, is a 6.916 repeating out of 10.
Delightful.
Me,
let's call it a 7.
So, I want to thank Zach for his wonderful input.
Yeah.
Very intelligent commentary, and just for coming on and lending us a hand in general. Where can people find you and the work you do?
Well, you can always find me on Twitter. It's at ZASMO. And then I've also got a pretty well brand new podcast, which you can find. It's called the First Watch Podcast. Google it. I've got 2 episodes out now. The first one covers the new Spike Lee film, Da 5 Bloods, which I love. And the second podcast covers the 2 Magic Mike films, which I love even more.
Fantastic episode, too.
They're both very good.
So appreciate that. Very much a passion project for me. So expect to see more episodes of that as we go along. If you like cinema, or if you just think that the sound of my voice is nice, I would encourage you to come check it out.
Very much is. We will elect to put a link to your Twitter and your podcast in our description.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. Down there. Yes, but thank you for joining us, Zach, and I'm glad that the album I chose led to such a rich and impassioned discussion on both sides of the aisle.
Best one since Farrah Abraham, honestly.
Yeah. And I recommended that record.
Yeah, so that's good.
Next week, it is
we have a recommendation from Jake.
Yeah, it's the first time someone gets to recommend a second record.
Oh, okay.
Please introduce that for us.
Well, we're covering the new Boris album.
Yeah, we're covering the new Boris album. No, we're covering also Jesse Ware's "What's Your Pleasure."
That's
Jesse Ware's "What's Your Pleasure."
Yeah, but what's your recommendation, Joe?
My recommendation for this week. Wait, is it Kyle Kraft?
Yes.
Yes. It is.
Okay, yeah. My recommendation is the Southern rock / vaguely singer-songwriter / glam rock album, Full Circle Nightmare by Kyle Kraft, an indie musician who takes a lot from people like Bob Dylan and David Bowie, and it is an album that is criminally slept on, in my opinion, and I hope we can get some attention to it because it's fucking great. I love that album.
I'm excited to listen to it. And yeah, as I was saying, we're also going to be reviewing Jesse Ware's new album, What's Your Pleasure, and Boris's new album, No. In addition, we're also going to sneak in a quick review of the new 100 Gex remix album, 100 Gex in the Tree of Clues. So it will be a stacked episode next week that you will want to make sure that you do not miss.
Yes. We're going to have lots of Gex.
We're going to have
so many everywhere.
So many Gex.
I got to say, I'm so happy that there were no Gex comparisons for all the comps that we made for the artwork. That one I see on Rate Your Music all the time, and I hate it because I don't think there's
what
very
the
bizarre.
fuck?
If Gex has a singular strength, it's in production, and that's not the strength of the artwork.
Look,
what the hell?
I was gonna say,
what the hell is 1,000 Gex?
Oh, Morgan,
Morgan, you're in for
it. You should listen to that album.
I quit this podcast. Just,
All right.
there's
Look,
nothing
the
exemplary.
reason why I decided to make the remix album thing just a small thing that not everyone has to participate in is that I don't want to make Morgan listen to that album because I know he won't enjoy it, and I don't think that's fair.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just say that if there was one thing I've
Come
noticed
again.
about the Gex, it is that they are just the go-to lazy comparison for albums that are a bit weird on radio music.
Does this album have an electronic in it? It's like 100 gex.
But they're the new Death Grips. They're what Death Grips were in fucking 2013.
Oh Jesus! No, I'm not listening to that. Not
Anyway,
Does this-
yeah, that's
This
it.
album is our music. 100 gek.
So look out for
I've never
that.
heard a more revolting sentence in my life.
It was beautiful.
Surrealist meme
was-
bot be
It was
like.
beautiful.
Yeah, anyways, that's the episode. Rock over London, rock on Chicago. McDonald's.
McDonald's.
I'm loving it.
Okay, I'm gonna sleep, you fucks.